Folks, how are we all doing? Good afternoon from Dublin, Ireland. You're all very, very welcome on this call, this very, very special call this afternoon for Travel Advantage or MWR Life. A bit of background about myself. My name is Stuart Chung. Can everyone just maybe put in the chat where you're dialing in from, what area of the world you're coming from? Are you coming from Ireland? Are you coming from Romania? Are you coming from Africa? Maybe just put in the chat there where you guys are from. You're all very, very welcome here today. London, we see London in the house. Well done. Congratulations, Coach Aaron, for being on the call. So we're here today to discuss a fast start training for Travel Advantage. And as I was saying, my name is Stuart Chung. I have a good knowledge of the industry. I was back in 2012, basically, I set up something here in Ireland, which was Forge Travel. We experienced a lot of travel back then in the space of 4 or 5 years. I traveled 52 times in a very, very small space of time, earned a passive income from it. And nowadays I'm a coach and I'm a mentor. And I come across a similar project again through a very, very good friend of mine, Nikolai Dula. And Nikolai basically, he brought me to his offices. We were talking about a number of different conventional businesses. And we went to his office and we discussed a few things. We discussed, how to travel more, how to see more of the world. And I was like, no, man, my head is not in this right space for this right now. It's very, very important for me to kind of focus on what I'm doing. But then he said something very, very bizarre and very, very profound, which I found, just incredibly unique. I don't know if people on the call believe in synchronicities. I don't know if you believe in profound kind of, experiences. But he said to me, listen, I want to share with you on one hand, the things that have happened to my life that have made most significant, difference in my life. So I said, okay, go on. So he said, okay, Stuart, the birth of my 2 sons, marrying my wife, Ludmilla, his faith, he's very into his religion, very into his spirituality, and World Ventures, this travel club that we were with back in the day for community, for friendships, for all the stuff that it gave us. And with that, every hair on my arm stood up. And I said, you're kidding me? Because I had said the exact same thing to somebody 2 weeks ago in a slightly different context. I said, the birth of my 2 daughters, marrying my wife, Catherine, my faith, I'm very into spirituality, I'm very into energy and flow, and the travel club that we were with back in the day, for the community, for the friendships, for exploring more, for seeing more of the world, for discovering who I am, which is even more important. So fast forward, I said yes straight away. I didn't fully understand what I was saying yes to. And here I am again, and I'm so happy to be in the space. I'm in the space with a lot of really, really strong people. I'm in the space with people who I'm learning from. I'm in the space from people who are wanting more out of life, who want to pour more life into their lives. And one of those people, funnily enough, who was with us in the last project, is here again. And this gentleman is going to be given the Fast Start training today. He is a very, very strong leader in the industry. He has over 15 years experience in the industry. He made over $1 million in a space of a small time in his early 30s, and has so much vast knowledge. He put a group together of over 100,000 people worldwide. Started off in Romania. And, for me, he is one of the experts and foremost experts in the industry, without a shadow of a doubt. But not only that, this guy has been on a very, very spiritual journey, a very strong journey of self-discovery over the last few years. So for me, that was very, very important as well, because it aligns with who I am. We do a lot of stuff from the heart. We do a lot of stuff in terms of, proper connections with people, proper connections worldwide, proper spiritual connections. He has formed some workshops that he has run in Ireland and also in Romania and also worldwide. Awaken a New You is the name of his workshops. So trying to discover who we truly are, trying to give ourselves purpose, trying to, figure out and clear our minds and make sure that our mindset is right for pushing forwards. So this guy has traveled all over the world, and he recently came from a trip in Lapland. Prior to that, he was in the biggest mountains in the world. He was in Nepal and he was in the Himalayas. He sent me a video from there, which was phenomenal when I first started the project. So I'm very, very thankful for that, brother. So I guess without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Razvan Dinca onto the call. Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for tuning in from Romania. And we're very much looking forward to this training.
Stuart, my brother. Thank you so much for your heart, your soul, your partnership, your friendship, your warm introduction. What a way to be introduced here. And I want to say good evening to all of you, but also I want to give a shout to my dear friend Stuart. We've been friends for more than 10 years, 12 years actually. We've been building a similar business together, but besides his business skills, his speaking skills, he's such an amazing father and husband. And, you see how people treat a business on the way they treat their families. And a few days ago, we just had a call with his daughter. They were there together, and I realized what kind of a beautiful human being he is. So please, let's give a big round of applause for our dear friend Stuart.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. And thanks to all of you who are here with us today. I feel today is a foundational day. And if you decided to spend this couple of hours together, it's because you want more. It's because something brought you not only in this call, something brought you in this project, something brought you to a place where you want to change something for the better in your life, for yourself, for your families, for your future, for your goals, for your dreams. And I do believe, my friends, that life shouldn't be a cheap movie, like a cheap. I know in Spanish, I was watching the telenovelas. If we have a life here, why wouldn't we make it a masterpiece? Why wouldn't we make it an Oscar movie, right? A Steven Spielberg movie or a Francis Ford Coppola movie, a James Cameron movie. So I believe that today will be about how to write the script of your life to make it an Oscar movie, my friend. And that's why I'm here to serve you, to serve your family, and to help you have a strong foundation on this project, on this model of business, so you can know how to do it professionally, how can you really succeed, my friend. Not just to make a bit of money, but truly succeed at it and create a legacy in the next years and tens of years ahead. Now, just to give you a short brief, I guess what brought me in this club was a dream, a passion I had, even since I guess I was a few years old. I was originally born in Romania in the 1990s. I remember, my friends, I was seeing TV shows on Discovery Channel and National Geographic, and I was seeing all these amazing destinations all around the world, like Lapland and Himalayas, Stuart was saying earlier. And I guess even since then, I was thinking, how can I travel the world? How can I see all these amazing places? So I guess travel was always a part of my heart and soul. When I was 19 years old, I moved to Bucharest, which is the capital of Romania. I was studying marketing actually in the University of Economics in Bucharest. And I realized that in order to fulfill my dream, I needed to be financially free. So long story short, I didn't want to be part of a system. I guess I'm part of the rebels. And if you are here, you are probably also a rebel. And I became an entrepreneur. Although I started with €100, the whole money from my grandparents' pension. That's why I moved to Bucharest when I was 19 years old. I've built my first business. I had businesses in the restaurants industry, then one in construction where I really started to make money. I had a gym where I lost all the money because the gym was not working. But long story short, I was blessed enough to start making money early in my 20s. And I believe it was hard work, but also it was a lot of divine grace. I believe in God, and I believe that although we need to do our part, and that's crucially important, I know that once we have God inside of us, my friends, God is doing miracles. So long story short, I was in a place in my life where I was looking for something, but I didn't know what exactly. But I know I wanted to work with people. I knew I wanted to change the world, help people all around the world. So long story short, when I was 24 years old, I discovered the industry of network marketing. And as God has a sense of humor sometimes, I was on my way to Ukraine from Romania. I was having a construction job there. And long story short, I had the opportunity to meet a top network marketing leader. It was a lady. She was about 30 years old. She was having a network of thousands of people. She was one of the top European leaders of one of the best companies called New Skin, one of the top 7-8 companies in the world for tens of years. It was a nutrition and wellness company. And I didn't know anything about network marketing back then. But when she started telling me that she's helping people be healthy and have a beautiful life, and she's also a trainer, traveling around the world, inspiring people, training people, supporting people, and also making tens of thousands of euro back in 2011, you can imagine, I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it sounds perfect. So long story short, I joined that company. That was my first journey in network marketing. And I said, like, if this is my path, I want to do a PhD in network marketing, like for real. I became in love with the people, with the industry. I was there for 2 years. And I want to mention this story because Stuart mentioned the success I had in our previous company. But that success was built 2 years previous before I joined that company, my friend. And if you are new here and you didn't have yet results, this is the story I want to talk to you about. And this is a story most people don't know about. So I was for 2 years in Newskin. And although initially I was making money from construction, I had the inspiration, the divine guidance of closing my company. And because I had a lot of big list with important contacts, let's say influential people, I'm like, I don't want to do anything. I will go all in network marketing. So long story short, I started doing MLM. I had zero success in my first 2 years. After 3 months, because I didn't have an active income anymore, I spent most of my money that I had saved because I had a very luxurious lifestyle. Let's say I was staying in one of the most expensive places in Bucharest. I had a luxurious car. Long story short, I had a very expensive lifestyle. So in a few months, I spent all the money I had saved and I had no income. So long story short, my friends, I was in network marketing. And imagine there were days where I literally had €2 a day. In Romanian, it's still lei. I'm not exaggerating, my friends. €2 a day. With €1, I was I was putting gas in my car, literally. And with €1, I was buying a water. Literally, I was buying a water and maybe a sandwich. And I was making like 7, 8 presentations a day. All day long, all day long, all day long. And I think the maximum amount of money I made was about 3,000 lei, was about, let's say, €600, more or less. That was the maximum. That was not the medium money I was making. That was the maximum. Probably medium, I was making like €100 to €200 a month for 2 years. And if you consider it from a business perspective, it was awful. I was frustrated. I was pissed off. I didn't have success. But in the same time, I believe that the previous success I had in Wall Ventures, the company Stuart was mentioning, it was built in those first 2 years. So if you are here, my friend, for the first time, this is the story maybe you need to hear. If you didn't have the results yet, if you are new here, I want you to understand I went through the same pain. I went through the same struggles. But I believe the successful person I have become later on was built in those 2 years. Why? First of all, my motivation was bigger than my excuses, was bigger than my pain, was bigger than my frustration, was bigger than my lack of resources, was bigger than anything. I had the motivation of iron, my friends, iron. And it didn't need external motivation. Obviously, I started going to seminars, reading a lot. I was personal development and leadership on steroids, for real. I was reading tens and tens of books, going to hundreds of seminars. So I was working a lot of myself, but I was willing to do anything, anything ethical, obviously moral, to have the success I wanted. Now, later on, something happened in that company. It was something ethical, if we mentioned it. Not because of the company, but let's say because of the local leadership. They started doing some things where I realized I didn't resonate anymore in that project. And I decided to quit. And I decided that never, ever, ever in my life I will ever do network marketing again. Ever. I'm done. So if you were part of a previous company and if you were frustrated and disappointed and pissed off, my brother, my sister, with all my heart, I get it. I get it. I understand you. I've been there. Actually, 2 times I've been there. But long story short, after 2 years, this project called Wall Ventures appeared in my life. And it literally appeared in a miraculous way. I was 26 years old. As I was telling you, I just opened the gym. I invested all my money there. The gym wasn't working. And I was literally feeling I'm losing myself. I'm losing my life. So long story short, I made a profound prayer to God. And I said, God, please, with all my heart, I was feeling I'm losing my heart. I'm losing my soul. I'm losing my potential. And I asked him, like, please, send me something where I can change people's lives. Send me something that can help me, upgrade my life, that can help me live a beautiful life, but also in the same time change millions of lives all around the world. And I made a commitment to God that I will be his for the rest of my life. I will be his ambassador. Long story short, after 2-3 weeks, someone calls me, a lady that back then I met only once in my life from a friend that was working at the IRS in Romania. I met that lady and she told me about this project. Right back then, it was the biggest travel project in the world, the biggest travel company, the first network marketing travel company in the world. And that company became a phenomenon, my friends. We had millions of members all around the world, almost $1 billion in sales. That's how I met Stuart, Nikolai, Lumi, my dear friend, and Radu and Nico here. I see many of my friends. We started initially in Romania. Then we had like 50, 60,000 Romanians joining. We were filling up stadiums, arenas. And then from Romania, our network just expanded all around the world. And I've lived some of the most beautiful 7 years of my life. I've traveled in hundreds of destinations, became financially free. I was also one of the top trainers in the company, traveling in tens of countries, inspiring people. And as fate has it sometimes, sometimes we need a change. Sometimes we need a storm. Sometimes we need an inspiration. I believe that God sometimes presses some buttons. When we don't press them, God presses them sometimes. And long story short, the pandemic came. As you know, the travel industry was closed for a year or so. That company started having some challenges. And since that moment, I started focusing on my spiritual project. Spirituality has been my main passion, or if I can call it a passion, mission for the last couple of years. I started building retreats and events where people can liberate their wounds, their traumas, their limitations, their fears, getting close to themselves, their families, God. But truth be said, I was not looking for a project. And in the network marketing industry, I was just a consultant, a trainer. In Romania, I worked with many of the leaders and companies like doTERRA and Herbalife and Amway and Duolife and all kinds of companies, Kangen company. I mean, most of the important companies, all around the world, Thermomix, from with Vorvek. And I didn't imagine I would ever come back to the industry as a field leader, to truth be said, right? But something happened last year. And I believe this is a way God works through us. My dear friend Luminica, who is a friend of mine for more than 12 years. Also, we've built our previous project. She's a top networker, 25 years of experience. She was number one in Europe in Oriflame. Maybe you heard about Oriflame, one of the top companies, number 7 worldwide. So having this friendship, she's the one that brought this project to Romania and some other countries in Europe. For the first 2-3 years when she told me, I was not open. Even more than that, I met the founder 5 years ago. With a leader of mine from Italy. So I knew about the project. I heard about MWR Live for many years. I had so many of my leaders joining, building teams there. But I was still not open. I guess what made the click is that last year, she invited me as a trainer to an event. I was not really involved at that stage. And at that event, there were about 100 people there. And I talked about how can we do network marketing and build communities with soul, with heart, with love, my friends, because I believe this is the change the world needs. This is the change that the industry needs. This is the change community, human beings need, my friend. We need to build communities with love, with heart, with soul, just like we build our families. Like when you get married out of love. You make kids out of love. So why couldn't we create businesses and communities with love? So long story short, I delivered that event, and I remember, I guess this was my defining moment. There were about 100 people there with families, with kids, people crying. And I saw so many beautiful people deeply touched. And I saw the value this project brings in people's lives. And after that moment, I think I have Adi here. I met Adi Haller at that event and so many of the other leaders in Romania. And at that event, I really realized the kind of change we can bring in people's lives around the world. So I started studying the app. I saw the vision. I fell in love with the technology behind. I realized the value it brings to people. I made about 15 to 20 reservations in the last couple of months, and I will share a bit about them. And that's when I wasn't deeply involved, let's say, like with all my time in this project for the last couple of months, because I developed about 4 or 5 projects in the similar time, right? Not in network marketing. I have a real estate company, the spiritual events we do, and so on and so forth. But then, especially in the last months, I realized that this is something huge. This is something that can touch millions of lives around the world. So although I was super busy, I started giving a few hours every day. We started speaking with a few people. Now we have around 1,000 people in our community. The community kept growing and growing and growing. I want to thank all the leaders here, all my friends that decided to trust us and to build something together. The plan is to bring millions and millions of people in this community, because I truly believe with all my heart we can touch people's lives. And we can touch people's lives in a holistic point of view. We can touch them to the travel platform. And when people travel, they get enriched, my friends, right? They get a greater quality of life. They create all these memories with their families, their kids, their friends, their spouses. It's so beautiful, my friends, to generate a business where you make people happy. This is what we do. We are generators of happiness all around the world. And I love the personal development system, right? The fact that it helps people develop mentally, emotionally, spiritually, professionally. I love that fact that also we can build financial freedom for people around the world. And I do believe with all my heart that we have a divine right to be free, spiritually free, mentally free, but also financially free. So being in the network marketing industry for more than 15 years, I saw the value that it brings and the support it brings to people that want to be financially free, whatever that means. But I know that also to be successful, you need to be a professional, my friends. If you really want to do this at the top level, just like any other industry, any other job, any other business you might develop, you need to be a professional, just like you want to be a doctor or lawyer or an engineer or whatever you want to do. So I would say that today is about how to become a professional, how to understand how this model of business work, how to develop the skills you need, how to have the strategies step by step, exactly how to give a few hours a week part-time in this business and make it work for you, just like I'm giving a few hours a week this part-time in this moment, but in the same time, how to live a legacy. I believe that you can leave a legacy here for your family, for your dear ones, for your community, for your country, for the whole world. And when I talk about a foundation, I'm not talking here just about the basic skills, but with some of the things we'll go through, we'll talk about how to become world class in this industry. I don't like mediocrity, to be honest. If you want to do something, why would you become excellent at it, my friends? Why wouldn't you become world class? So what I want to invite you for the hours we'll spend together is have an open mind, have an open heart. Take your phones and open a note in your phones, or if you have an agenda, write with a notebook and a pen. Write things down, make them go deep in your subconscious so you know the skills, you know the strategies, you know how you want to build this at the highest level. And my focus with you is to build efficiency here. I want you to be efficient. I don't know how many hours you'll have, but I want you to be efficient. I want you after this event to know exactly what you need to know. So when we meet again in the next couple of weeks and months and years, you say, Razvan, this is it, my brother. I've reached my financial freedom. I reached my goal. I reached my dreams. So I will give you a share screen because I want to show you guys some materials. And when you see these materials, again, some of the things are inspirational, but some of the things are very practical. That's why I told you need to write them down. Then after we finish the event, obviously it will be recorded also. Go back to the notes, go back to what you wrote there, go back to your notebook, and just take strategies, the strategies that you wrote down, take them step by step. And the key word here is integrating them. I will repeat it. The key word here, the mantra, if you want to call it like that, is integration. It's not about what you understand mechanically, my friend, just mentally, but it's about what you will integrate, what you will practice, how you bring all these strategies and skills in the days, weeks, and months again. So I will start with step number one. And step number one is by far the most important one. And it starts with a question. Why are you here, my friend? This is the question of questions. I can teach you all the skills, all the leadership that you need, everything, all the systems. But you need a fuel. And your motivation will be the fuel, my friends. You don't need Tony Robbins to motivate you. You don't need me to motivate you, or Yoni Ashraf, the founder, or Ilian, our vice president, or Luminitsa. Or you need yourself to motivate yourself. So I don't know what stage of your life you are in right now, but I want to invite you for the next couple of minutes to have a beautiful soul journey. And I want you to write down exactly why are you here, my friend? Why did you sign up in MWR Life and Travel Advantage? What are your goals? What are your dreams? If you think about this Francis Ford Coppola or James Cameron or Steven Spielberg scenario of the movie of your life, how do you want this movie of your life to look like, my friend? And I will take this couple of minutes because I don't want it to be something theoretical, right? This event is not theoretical. This is practical. And before you start, because you'll have a few minutes to write it down, I want to tell you what brought me here. I have two reasons. One of them is personal. The second one is even more profound and includes us all. I will tell you also about my personal motivation, right? Obviously, I've made, as Stuart was saying, I made a lot of money. I became completely financially free early in my 20s because of network marketing. So I made millions. I know I can make them again. I have a beautiful dream of building a retreat center here in Romania where I will invite you at some point, and I need a few millions of dollars, my friend. Plus, obviously, I know a family will be coming. I love traveling. I love, the financial freedom that this kind of concept brings you, can help you have a beautiful life with your family, with your friends. But even more than that, I was in Mount Everest, as Stuart was saying, through the end of last year. And on the top of the wall with Rich Base Camp, I really asked myself a question, like, Razvan, if you come back to the industry, why are you coming here? What do you want to do? And then, my friends, I will never forget it. I had this beautiful vision. And like, you know what? I want to build an organization of light. I want to show people that this industry can be different. This industry can be built with heart, with soul, that we can build a family here, my friends. I know there are millions and millions and millions of people, especially with all the craziness happening all around the world. I know we can build a community with millions of people that are looking for hope. They are looking for light. They are looking for an inspiration. They are looking for the high vibrations of humanity. They are looking for the higher principles and values and morality. They need examples, living examples that this world can be different. And that's how this concept of army, army of love, army of light became reality, my friends. So this is, wow, when I was thinking about this, I remember I started crying and I was like, wow, this is it. And the moment this dream of mine, right, this goal of mine, it started in my heart and soul, I realized like, wait, this mission is not about me. This mission is about all of us. What if we build something that has never been built in MWR and actually the whole network marketing industry? What if we build an organization of community with millions of people that can serve as an inspiration of light and love for the whole humanity, my friends? And that's why I'm here. This is my why. Now, when I will give you the next the next minutes, I really invite you to go deep in your heart and soul and project that dream life and that dream vision, my friend, for yourself, for your family, and for the ones around you. Now, I will put again music. I will put a song. And through this song, I just want you to dream again, my friend. So take a few minutes. Open your phone with a note in your phone. Or if you have a notebook, write. Take the pen and just write. How do you want to live your life from now on, my friend? Write it down. Put it on that note. Put it on that notebook. Put it in that phone. What are the important things? How do you want to spend your time with your family, or you want to build a family? Where do you want to travel with them? How do you want to inspire them? How do you want to inspire yourself? What are your passions, my friend, that have been waiting there dormant, waiting to be awakened, waiting to be resurrected? What are your goals? What are your dreams? If you would meet God today and He will tell you like Nico, Stuart, Nikolai, Alexandra, you are unlimited. Your life can be unlimited. How would that unlimited life and potential you have look like, my friend? I'll give you a few minutes. Write it down. I'll give you 2-3 more minutes. Just dream, my friend. Hope, dream. Open your heart, open your mind, open your vision. If there will be no fears, no limitations, no past wounds, no past experiences of wherever you were involved, if there will be no broken partnerships, promises, I had to heal my own soul from previous experiences, right? If you would be free, my friend, what would you do with this freedom? Just 1-2 more minutes. What would you do? What would you do? 1 more minute. Put the first top 5-7 things that will deeply motivate you to give a few hours a week at least for this project, my friend. Besides your job, besides your business, whatever you are doing, what would be that one thing or those few things? And right now I want to invite you to put an amount of money you should be making every month so you can have that freedom that you want. Freedom for your choices, freedom for your family, freedom for your goals, for your dreams. Just put it out there on a piece of paper, put it out there in your notebook, in your notes, in your phones. What would be that amount of money, my friend? Put it down. Again, no fears, no limitations. And right now, I invite you to look on one of my favorite pictures in MWR. And on the right side, you see what are the total expected commissions that you can win approximately depending on the number of members you have in your organization. And whatever amount of money you have put there, right, on your notes, on your notebook, I want you to look at this slide and check it here, okay? Look where it is. Whatever it is, can be a few thousands of dollars a month, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And on the left side, you see how many members you need in your team, not an old person, by your whole community, so you can make this money every month. Let's say I would guess in most countries, $3,000 to $5,000 a month, it's the beginning of financial freedom, right? You can have money for a house, for, clothes, nice clothes, your family, your kids, depending on the point you are right now in your life. So if we think about $3,000 to $5,000, for example, $5,000 a month, my friend, is about 250 people that you need in your community. It's a binary, a compensation plan. We won't go in all the compensation plan. You have the videos in the academy that will show you exactly all the bonuses. But long story short, you see you need about 250 people in your community to make about $5,000 a month. Now, 250 people, my friend, from probably millions of people in your country or all around the world, from 8 billion people, obviously it's something accessible. You can do it. You just need to get involved, get the skills, learn how to do it. Obviously, you have all our support, myself, the leaders here, obviously, your friends, the leaders in your countries. But it's important for you to see it, to visualize it, to know how to do it. And we'll show you exactly how to do it today. Now, if you think about the bigger amounts, for example, $30,000 here, you need about 1,700 people in your organization, right? For example, the person that brought me in this project, Luminisa, she's my dear friend for, I told you, more than 12 years. She just reached recently triple diamond. This is the kind of income you can make, right? $80,000, $90,000 a month, medium amount of money you can make, right? And I will just give you an example just as an inspiration, right? This motivated me deeply. I told you I need a few millions to build that retreat center in Romania. So I told you I had about 100,000 members in my organization, in my previous community, in my previous company. So if you check here, with about 100,000 people in my organization, I will be somewhere at one of the last two levels, right? So if you look here, it's something between 500,000 to 1 million every month. I don't know if this is inspirational for you. For me, for sure, it was inspirational. I have an association where I want to impact kids all around Romania, right? I'm building an association with personal development in all the high schools in Romania. I want to build a foundation. We're already working on the foundation. I want to build centers where people can find food in all cities. I started to cry, my friends. I want to build places where people can find food in my home country, right? And obviously in places all around the world. I had a discussion with Stuart. We want to do something in some orphanages in Kenya. And this motivates me. Obviously, I was very blessed by God to make the millions in my 30s. So it's beautiful to be financially free. But I know that with the more money I have, the more impact I can create all around the world. So I told you this story so you can be inspired for yourself. Because this project is not about me, this project is not about Stuart, it's not about Nikolai, it's not about whoever invited you here, one of the leaders. This project is about yourself. And the first and most important part is for you to connect mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and professionally to your vision here. What do you really want to do with this project, my friend? Because this will give you the drive that you need if you want to give a few hours a week for this project. Now, step number 2 is to know the product. And in order to know the product, you don't need to travel somewhere. Obviously, I recommend you to travel. Yes, I told you, I have about 15 to 20 reservations in a few months. I just came from Lapland with my dear friend Nikolai, and we were about 30 people there. What a beautiful trip we had, my brother. It was so amazing. It was my dream as a child to go to Lapland, see the Aurora Borealis. I remember I was one night, I was with my dear friend Nikolai, our friend Jana, Ludmila, his wife, and the 2 kids, Raresh and Razvan, his boys. And imagine we went to a beautiful place, and then we were just going to our cars, and we watched the sky, and suddenly some lights, but some small lights appeared there. And I'm not exaggerating, my friends. In 10-15 minutes, the whole sky became green, my friend. It was so majestical, so beautiful. It's truly like seeing God's wonders, God's creation. It was something beyond words. We stayed at a beautiful 4-star hotel just at the base of the mountains of the ski slopes. We went to Santa Claus Village. For the kids, it was something so special, so amazing. We did the husky rides, reindeer rides. We went on the snowmobiles. We skied in one of the most beautiful, literally like one of the most beautiful places I've ever skied. You were seeing the polar circle 360 degrees. It was unbelievable, my friends, literally unbelievable. And the trip was about $750 minus, I guess, 300 or 400 points. I don't remember exactly, right? Deeply special trip. So if you can use the project, if you can use the app and travel, I deeply recommend you. But until you travel, my friend, you still can become successful. I will repeat it. Even until you travel, you can still become extremely successful. I encourage you to use the product, but you don't need to use the product to become successful. And I will tell you my previous experience. In my previous company, I went in my first trip after 6 months because I was so busy building. And after 6 months, I went to my first trip and I had about 1,000 people in my organization already. Right? So I encourage you to use the app, study the app, but don't get trapped in your mind. If I haven't been to a trip, I cannot build this successfully. Yes, you can. So how will you be able to do it? Very simple, my friend. I encourage you to go on the platform. And this is step number 2. It's not important, it's crucially important. Go on the app, go on the platform, and spend at least a few tens of minutes playing with the app. Check some destinations, see the differences, see the prices, see the value the product brings, my friend. And I'm promising you from the bottom of my heart, in a few hours, in a few tens of minutes, you'll see like this is something really valuable. And these are some examples. I just joined the Travel Advantage app, the platform, just a few minutes before I joined because I wanted you to see how it works. For example, you see here I checked a hotel in Dubai. I put here 21st of April to 28th of April. And here, how the app works, it just scans in the millions and millions of hotels we have contract with all around the world. And in a few tens of seconds, it also compares the prices with the other prices. So you can get, not all the time, but in many, many of the cases, you can get the best price in the market. And let's just take the first 2 examples. You see, you have here the first hotel. It's Highest Boulevard Crescent Tower. It's a beautiful 4-star hotel. You see the price with us is $1,719. This is live what I'm showing right now. And I was checking on booking.com. I'm also Genius 2. I was at less level Genius 3, but since I'm not traveling with them for the last 7 months, I was downgraded. But if you go on booking.com, you see it's the same thing, right? Highest elegant hotel, and you see on booking.com is $2,800. here on Travel Advantage is $1,719, my friend. So about $1,000 that you can save on a single trip, okay? Let's take the second example, right? Renaissance Business Bay Hotel, Dubai. You see the price with us is about $1,045. And if you check here on booking.com, you see Renaissance Business Bay Hotel in Dubai, $1,450. So again, about $400. Sorry, let's go back here. About $400 difference. And I can give you thousands of examples like this, right? I'm gonna give you just one personal example. I went for New Year's Eve with my dear friend Cesar is his name. It's a friend with some of you guys. He's a top leader also in network marketing. We've been to Chamonix, to France for skiing, and he booked through Booking.com. And he paid about $3,000 more and less. I booked our hotel to Travel Advantage, and our hotel on Travel Advantage was $2,300. The same hotel, the same services. So I saved more than $700 just on one reservation. Now, I can give multiple examples like this, but you have to do this research yourself. Again, it takes a few tens of minutes if you are new here, but do it because it will build you trust. You need trust when you talk to people, my friends, and you don't need to go to a trip to trust this project and this platform. You just need to check it out. And also, you see here, you can book flights, you can book cars. I rented the car, for example, with about $40, an SUV, recently from Enterprise. You can book transfers, you can book cruises, you can book life experiences. Also have access to the shopping mall that I told you earlier. Also, I love the activities platform. For example, the first time I used the app, I was in the Himalayas, as Stuart was saying, and I booked from Kathmandu an activity where you had a flight tour about an hour above the whole Himalaya plateau, my friends. You could see the Lhotse mountain and Everest. It was something, oh my God, so beautiful, so majestic. And I remember the activity was somewhere between 120 to 140 US dollars, right? It's special. So check the app, see the prices, see the platform, and obviously this will build a lot of trust. And this is what you need, right? This will be your X factor. Now, this is step number 3. This is crucial. This is not important, this is crucial. And this is what I want you to look in the mirror and have an honest conversation. And what I want you to be honest about is about your time that you decide to invest here. There is no, I don't have time to build this. It doesn't exist anymore. And I'm telling you from the perspective, again, I'm telling you, I'm having 4 or 5 projects. I'm a mentor and I work with coaches and CEOs and entrepreneurs and leaders from other companies. I do that almost every day. I have a few sessions. I'm having the real estate company. I do retreats. I do events. I'm a speaker at all kinds of business or spiritual events, right? I have 2 academies that I'm building. So I'm not busy. I'm super busy. But still in the last couple of weeks, I found at least 2-3 hours every day, Monday to Friday, to invest in this project, my friends. Plus, I'm telling you, I'm working with people. I'm working with a doctor. He's here, Radu, my friend from Romania. He's a doctor. He's a surgeon, right? Working in shifts in 2 hospitals, right? He's also a Zumba trainer. He's also a karate trainer. He has a black belt. And he's also having a family with a wife and 4 kids. So I don't know how busy you are, my friend, but definitely he's super busy and he still finds the time. I'm working with entrepreneurs. I work with influencers. I worked during my years with top business people, top leaders in their fields of industries. So don't go in the I don't have time because it's not real. And just think about it. And I know it might sound a bit emotional, but just think about it for a moment. I want you to reflect on the person you love the most in this life, or the persons you love the most in this life. And I want you to reflect on something. Obviously, it will not happen, but I just want you to ask yourself a question. If you knew that person can die, and the only way to save that person's life is if you invest 2-3 hours every day or 1-2 hours every day in this project, my friend, to save that person's life, would you find those hours? Obviously, we all know it's 1000% yes. Would you make it work? If I would tell you to go diamond in a few months, and from this, you would have to save that person's life, would you do it? 1000%, no questions asked. So why am I telling you this? It's never a problem of resources. I heard this in Tony Robbins, I think, in one of his events, maybe 10 or more years ago. It's never a problem of resourcefulness. It's never a problem of resources. It's always of a problem of resourcefulness. So what do I mean by that, my friends? When we want to do something, we find the resources. The resources, meaning we find the money, we find the time, we put the schedule, we do our work, we find the solution, we train ourselves, we learn the skills. You do it, my friend. So I just showed you my calendar again, so you understand how my calendar worked in the last couple of months. I remember I was talking to my friend Nikolai even a few days ago, and I was my brother. Literally, sometimes I have tens of messages, and I'm just jumping from one minute to another. But it will be impossible for me to do this business if I wouldn't have a calendar. So what do I want to inspire you on right now? So you do it today or tomorrow maximum, because it's weekend. When we register this call, it's weekend, and you can have your calendar for the next week. So I want you to build your calendar like this. Just reflect from Monday to Saturday. This is my personal recommendation. Take one day off. No MWR, no work, no nothing. It's you, God, your family, your soul when you relax, my friends. I've been doing this for years and years and years. And I know that if you don't do it, if you don't give yourself at least one day off of messages, off of business, you'll get to burnout, right? And it won't work. We don't want you just to be successful here. We want you to be happy. We want you to be fulfilled. And this is the way to do it, my friends. Honor God, honor your life, honor your family, at least one day a week. But in the other days, my friends, from Monday to Saturday, you decide by create the calendar. So what do I mean create the calendar? You could say, look, I was just speaking to my friend Nikolai like a few tens of minutes ago, and it's like, look, Razvan, it's Saturday, but I had some things to do. We had a meeting actually at 11. I had a meeting with Nikolai and some a friend of his. Then he was saying like, look, I have to take my kids to the pool. They're doing swimming, right? They have a trainer there. And then immediately I'm coming home and I'm jumping in this training. And by the way, congratulations, my friend. You were here. You were punctual. So this is a calendar, my friends. So what I'm inviting you from Monday to Saturday, do your calendar on how much time you can invest in MWR life. For example, let's say Monday, look, I have my job or I have my businesses, and then I want to spend 1-2 hours with my wife, with my kids. And then I have, let's say, 2 hours from 6 to 8. I'm giving you an example. Tuesday, I cannot do because also I have sports, I have some passions, or I have some things I have to do with my family or for myself. But Wednesday, I have another 3 hours. Then Thursday, I can put another 2 hours in the morning. I have some times off. And then Friday, maybe I have another 1-2 hours in the afternoon or in the evening. By the way, in this model of business, there is a concept that we call peak incoming producing activities. And those moments, those peak incoming producing activities come in the right times of the day, my friends. And what do I mean by this? When people are most usually free, that is the best time to approach them. So literally, you can do this business at every hour, obviously, but the best time to invest in this business is somewhere between 6 and 8, 9 in the evening. Because that's when people are free. I'm not saying usually, I'm not saying, you have to do this only like this. Obviously, you can get people at 12, at 11, like I did with Nikolai, at 3, 4, 5, whatever. But that's when mostly people are free, so it's a good time to invite them to see this project. But if you cannot adapt to an evening program, do it in the day, my friend. Do it whenever you want to do it. Just do it. Like Nike, right? They have this slogan, just do it. But this is crucial. If you don't work with a calendar, there might be a chance to be successful, but it cannot work long term, my friend. You might have some small results, but obviously you'll not be serious. You'll not be professional. You'll not be responsible with it. Remember this word, responsibility. If you want to make this business work as a business, my friend, treat it responsible. And when I'm talking about responsibility, I'm not talking about quitting your job or your businesses or not spending time with your family to do this business. No. You decide what responsible means. If you have 5 hours a week, it's perfect. That's what you can invest right now. If you have 2 hours a week, it's perfect. If you have 10 hours a week, which means 2 hours a day, morning to Friday, it's also perfect. If you can invest more, when I started, I was doing not this project, the previous project, I was working like 12, 14 hours without exaggeration every day. I was seeing hundreds of people every day because I was having meetings with many people. I was having 20, 30 presentations at 1, 2, 3, 4, and in the evening a huge presentation. And back then, 12 years ago, we didn't have Zoom and internet. It was all live presentations, my friend. So I also know how to do this at the highest level, performance. But truth be told, very few people can do that. If you can do that, it's awesome, do it. But with 80, 90% of the people that have other jobs, other projects, they have families, what I propose you right now with the calendar is the best option. Build a calendar, be concise, be responsible for it. And from next week, from Monday, my friend, you know how to do it. You'll have clarity on it. Keep it for at least the next couple of months so you can start seeing results and having efficiency and productivity. And then we'll celebrate you. Yeah, let's talk in a few months and see where this calendar will bring you. Now, step number 4, you need to create your contact list, right? And this is your gold mine, right? This is how you start this model of business. You need a contact list. Now, I believe even if you start now and you are new in this industry, in this project, or you have been here, you're right for a few months or maybe more time, you still need to complete these 3 lists. So list number 1 is the list with the closest people you have, right? I have here Nikolai, for example. Nikolai is my friend for about 10 years. We've been in retreats together. We kept contact, even if we were not the partners in our previous company, we still kept our friendship, our brotherhood, my friend. So he was one of the closest people I invited. I enrolled here my sister. She's my best friend, Ramona. I think she's probably here also in the call. She's helping us with so many things. My mom is enrolled here. Right? And I literally spoke to all my close friends. Those were the first people. I have another dear friend, Diana, who's here with us. 2 Dianas, actually. Literally, I spoke to all my close people. They're the people I contacted first. And why am I sharing with you this information? Because without exaggeration, I know some of the best leaders in the industry. The best, like top people that made millions of dollars, right? But I didn't approach them first, my friends. And I have people that made millions with me in the past, right? I approach my closest people first. And those are the ones that took the first positions because this is fair. They are the people I want to go in vacations with. They are the people I want to spend time with. And then I'm obviously talking to everyone, right? So this is the first list. And then I will give you some tips on how to approach them, how to invite them to see this project. Then what I'm sharing with you right now is a complete shift in your mindset, your approach, the way you see things. And usually when people start this project, they're afraid to approach their acquaintances or friends that are very successful because you fear they will judge you, you fear you are not at the same level with them or whatever. So you get trapped in your mind and you stop approaching these people. In my philosophy, the way I've been building all these massive organizations around the world is that I was approaching the most successful people that I knew. And then I was training and influencing my leaders to approach their top people that they know. Why, my friends? Because those people have influence, those people have experience, those people have great contacts around them. So those are the best people to approach. Don't be afraid to approach them, my friend. So that's how I've been. For example, in our previous company, we broke a record. It was we reached the highest level in my company in 1.5 years. It was a record in Europe and second record all around the world. Now, I'm not telling you this to brag or to impress you, but to understand this works, right? That's how I've built this massive growth. I've been training all the time organizations, right? My community, my leaders, to get first, after their closest people, their second list to be with their top 20 people they know. People that are successful, people that are top business people, top influencer, top doctors, top lawyers, top whatever, in whatever field their expertise, that are the experts, that are the professionals. And if those top people don't sign up, it's fine. But if you get at least one of them, my friend, just work with someone like that and you'll see the massive growth those people can bring in your organization. Is it a guarantee? No, obviously. I also enroll a lot of top people that didn't do many things. But some of them love the concept, love the idea. They became coachable. By the way, this is a big thing, being coachable, being ready to learn. And some of them became very, very successful. And this is how I've built this organization. And list number 3, And this list number 3 is a reset button for all of you. It doesn't matter if you just signed up today or if you are here for a few months or a few years, my friend. Make a list of the top 500 people that you know. And this is crucially important. Start from the 500 down. Don't start with 1, 2, 3, 4. Start from 500, 499, 498, 497, and so on and so forth. And if you think you don't know 500 people, my friend, just think about something. Did you go to the elementary school in your country? Probably yes. Did you go to gymnasium? Probably yes. Did you finish high school? Probably yes. Some of you have gone to university, you have master degrees, and so on and so forth, right? So only from here you have hundreds of contacts, probably more than 500. Are you part of, do you have Facebook? Do you have Instagram? Do you have TikTok? Probably have at least hundreds of connections there, right? Have you been part of communities? Do you have friends? Have you been part of, religious groups, organizations, sports groups, seminars? Have you been part of communities until now, my friends? Probably yes. So again, another hundreds and hundreds of people. So just, I will give you a tool and we will post it in the group so you have access to it. It's called a memory jogger. So this memory jogger comes with some questions that will help you think and remember all the people you have met in the tens of years of life experience you have until now. So this is the top 500 people that I would put on the third list. So again, to make a recap, first list, closest people, 5, 10, maybe 15 people that you know. Second list, top 20 accountancies, the people that are successful in whatever they are doing. And the third list, top 500 people starting for 500 down. And if you need help, start with this memory jogger. This is how I recommend you to start if you really start building it with responsibility and having massive success very fast. And then I don't want to go now in prospecting skills. Obviously, we can talk for days and days and days. I'm just trying to put a foundation so you know what you do. But the beautiful part of this project, my friend, is that you can meet people anywhere. Anywhere. What do you mean anywhere, Razvan? I mean anywhere. But what does anywhere mean? My friend, anywhere. You meet people through social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You meet people from everywhere. So in my previous company, I enrolled in 7-8 years, I enrolled about 150 to 200 people personally, I mean. Where? I enrolled my friends. I enrolled my family, my sister, my mother, my best friends. I enrolled teachers. I enrolled people from flights. I enrolled people from my gym, my personal trainer. I enrolled people that were part of different kind of religious organizations. I enrolled people from seminars. I don't even know who I haven't enrolled, my friends. Whatever. And how did this happen? It's two simple things. I won't go deep into prospecting, right? Skills, let's say, but it's two simple things. Skill number 1, don't try to make a sale, just try to build a friendship. I will repeat it. If you remember this, it will change completely your life. How do you connect with people? Because this is actually the mastery. Connecting with people. How do you connect with people? Remember this. Don't look for the sale. Look of creating a friendship. Because when you look for the friendship, you get out of hunting mode, and you get into serving mode, friendship mode, connecting mode, helping mode, contributing mode, my friends. And this is some of the worst things that I've seen happening in the network marketing industry. Again, I've been here for more than 15 years. I've seen the best in this industry, but I have also seen the worst, my friends. And this is the worst, right? People go on hunting mode. There are so many mercenaries out there, and everything is about business, everything is about money, everything is about plans, and everything is about ranks. And when you go in hunting mode, my friends, it's such a hard, aggressive energy, right? It's just you are waking up in the morning and you are taking your gun and you are going to hunt people. And these are what many, if we are honest, most networkers are. They are people hunters. And just think about hunting, right? I don't like hunting, to be honest. But just think about an animal that is being hunted. When an animal is hunted, what do, my friends? When they feel they're hunted, what do? They run away, right? They feel they're hunted. So if animals feel it, what do you think human beings feel, my friend? Again, they will feel when you are hunting them, right? So stop hunting them. Try to serve them. Try to create friendships. This is how you can get a list with thousands. I now I have lists with probably I have lists with tens of thousands of people without exaggeration. I just approached maybe 200 people maximum right now in MWR Life, right? I don't have right now. I'm focusing because I recruited people. I need to work with them and train them and prepare them. But I have so many people in my list, and I want to give you a story that is connected to our event today to understand the power of building friendships. So I have two of my friends here. One of them is Nicolae from Ireland. One of them is Radu Dari from Romania. And what is very interesting, my friends, is that both of them were not on part of my previous team. They were not part of my previous organizations. They were in other teams. We were colleagues in the same project, but they were in other teams. But I was always trying to be close to them and support them, and we've built this beautiful friendship. I've been actually with them in Mount Athos in Greece. We're organizing some retreats in Mount Athos everywhere. It's a holy place for Christians. And we just became friends. And as God wanted to be, we started the project, and because of our friendship, although we didn't work together personally, we didn't have a common interest, let's say financial interest, right now here we're also partners. So this is why did I tell you this story, my friends, because this is the beauty of building authentic friendships. Remember one thing, people follow people. People don't follow companies, don't follow products, don't follow comp plans. Also, they do follow these things, but the most important thing they follow is you, my friend. So if you think on how can I build more friendships, how can I communicate, even if, by the way, you develop these skills even if you are an introvert. There is an amazing book I recommend to you, which is called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. If you haven't read it, that's a must. That's a Bible in communication, my friend. You learn truly how to connect and communicate with people. So through this model, again, I don't want to go deep into prospecting skills and how you connect to people, but if you just remember this, I want to build friendships, I want to connect with people. People will naturally trust you, they will naturally like you, and they want to know what you'll hear. Now, let's go to step number 5. After you created this list, you need also to invite the people to see the project. Now, let me give you also what I have seen in this industry for the last 15 years. So there are some things that are just creating such a bad image for us as networkers and in the whole network marketing industry, and also for us in MWR Life, my friends, because we are a brand, right? We're a community. So one of the things that are affecting people is that suddenly people are not authentic anymore. So instead of being, Nicolae, my friend, we've been friends for many years, or Stuart, or Radu, or the ones of you, or Nico, or the ones of you that are here, we just started becoming network marketing professionals the second day. So last night we just went in a beer, we went in a bar, we drank a beer together, and tomorrow I'm calling you like a network marketing professional. And you start using, I'm sorry for the color language, all these scraps and all these scripts and all these spams and whatever they taught you, step 1, step 4, step 20, and so on and so forth, and you're not authentic anymore. And authenticity is number one thing when you call your friends, my friend. Be authentic, be you. If you call someone a few days ago and you just invited them, like let's drink a beer or let's come to my place, let me see you, I want to show you something, right? Just be natural again, my friends. That's the best way to approach people. Be authentic, be yourself. Another thing that started from the 1990s, and this is the old school of doing MLM, doing network marketing, is that you don't tell people anything by phone. You are super secret. You are from the CIA. You are from the secret services. You are from the KGB. I don't want to tell you anything. It's something super secret. I need to see you. And it's like, and people are like, are you bullshitting me? Just be human, my friends. You don't need to invent all kinds of words and strategies, and just be natural, okay? And Razvan, like, what would natural feel like? It's like, look, Nikolai, you're my brother. Look, my brother, I found something amazing. I'm really excited about the project. I'm really excited about an app, and I really want to see you as fast as possible to show you this app, and I really think we can do something amazing together. By the way, this is my invitation. It literally lasted for 20 seconds. And you can do it to a phone. You can call someone. You can do it through I gave a lot of voice messages, for example. This is very natural for me. You can text a message, whatever, right? But be natural. This is the key thing. And I just had, for example, today I had a meeting with a dear friend of mine. Actually, I've been training their teams, right? They work in a big company in Germany. And exactly what I told you, it's exactly what I said to her. It's like, look, I won't say her name. Like, look, I know your potential. You are such a beautiful human being. You are such a great leader. By the way, sometimes I do some compliments. This can work, and it's authentic compliments. It's like, Nico, you are my brother. You are so amazing. I know you are a very ambitious person. I want to show you something. Look, I found something special. I believe we can do some big things in Ireland. And this is a very simple invitation. Compliment and invite. Compliment and invite. Compliment and invite. If you want to have steps and you are more analytical, this is the 2 steps. Compliment and invite. It's that simple. But be authentic, right? Now, today I met that person, and I want to show you also the process. So the purpose of the invitation is not to make a presentation on the phone. So let me give you an example. I will give you this specific example because it happened in the last couple of days. So step number 1, I gave a voice message to this person. Yes, and I told her, actually I can tell you, right? Her name is Mariana, right? And I hope she will join with us. She's a big leader. She's such an amazing human being. And I told her, Mariana, look, you are such an amazing person. I trust you. We can do some big things in your country. And I want you to talk to you as soon as possible. So I'll let you know about the project we want to bring together in your country, right? Very simple invitation. She's like, Razvan, let's do it. And she said, like, call me whenever you can. We tried to establish her Zoom, but I was busy. She was busy. We couldn't have the Zoom. Long story short, last night we had a call. In the call, this is crucially important. Like, for all of you guys, this will be an aha moment. Let me put your music so you understand. When you call someone, don't jump immediately with the business. What do you mean, Razvan? We don't need to enroll people very fast. I will repeat it. When you call someone, don't jump immediately with the business. So what is your number 1 focus? Recreate the connection. That's it. Recreate the connection. Razvan, how do I do that? Very simple. Ask them, how have you been? This is the number 1 thing I've asked. So Nikolai, my friend, let me know about you. How was your life recently? So for this, obviously, we have to spend some more time. And I know some of you guys are here networkers. Some of you have been to tens of trainings, hundreds of trainings. You learn other skills. This is my way of doing it, my friends. And I'm telling you, I broke a record. It was, right? I reached the fastest one in Europe, the last level in my company. I've trained tens of thousands of people around the world. So I know it works, right? Because this is the X factor. I believe it will be now in network marketing. That's how we build business with soul. Why is this so important? Because in all countries, all around the world, people are spammed with products and services. They're spammed in social media. They're spammed with network marketing companies. They're spammed. You know the spam, right? Every time someone tries to sell you something, without knowing you, without having a genuine interest in you, they just want to sell you products or services or business opportunities. So I'm in Romania, let's say, pretty well known in the network marketing industry. So usually when a company comes to Romania, they start calling me and I'm offered positions and cryptos and money and whatever. I've never done it in the last 6 years. But I see exactly the same spamming messages. Razvan, you'll be a millionaire. You'll get the top position. We'll do this and we'll do that. But almost none of them ask me like, Razvan, how have you been? And literally in 90% of the situation, I don't even answer, my friends. Why? Because it's spam. So you haven't spoken to me in years and years and years, and you just call me after 7-8 years and have this epiphany that I can be a great leader in your team, but you don't even ask me how I am. How could you create a relationship, my friends? You know how Lumi brought me in the project? That's it. We've been friends, my friends. Real friends for 12 years, right? We saw each other. We spoke to each other constantly. She came to my retreats in the last couple of years. We kept our friendship. So that's how you keep people close. So that's why when you call them, I'm getting to step number 1. When you call them, rebuild that connection. Nikolai, Stuart, how have you been, my friend? How is life? Don't jump with the business. And then people start talking. After they talk for 1 to 3 minutes, they will ask you, Razvan, how have you been? And they will be curious. By the way, I'm not exaggerating. If you don't tell them anything, in 80% of the situations, maybe 80, 90%, they will ask you like, Razvan, but how are you? So that's when you can start talking about yourself and the project and just be transparent, right? And I will give you in the next minutes, I will give you how to create a story and how to share the story of MWR. So it's impactful, it's beautiful, it's truth, and it can also inspire people. So I just told, we had this conversation last night. I'm getting back to the example I was telling you. We had this conversation last night. We were on the phone. We were for about, I don't know, 10 minutes more or less. In the first couple of minutes, we were just speaking, and I was asking about her and how she's been doing. And then she asked me, how are you, Razvan? And then I shared about MWR. And I told her, look, you know, that in the last couple of years, I've been focusing mostly on my spiritual products, our Travel Awakening New community, bringing people closer to God themselves. Also, I'm in the business. I have a real estate agency. I'm a speaker to all kinds of events. I work as a mentor with all kinds of CEOs and leaders. But then something happened. And I discovered this amazing project. And I just tell them, look, it's something unique. It's something revolutionary in the travel industry. And I think we can do some great things together if we lock arms. And this is the only thing I'm saying. You don't need to use my words. The purpose why I'm giving you this example is not to talk like Razvan. You use your own words, but make it sound like you, not like me. Make it sound like you. So immediately after I say this, you see it's like a 10, 20, 30 seconds phrase, let's say, 1 minute. Then I'm saying, but obviously I want to show you the app. So let's jump soon in a Zoom meeting so I can show it to you and we can have a further discussion and see what we can do together. So the purpose of the invitation is not to present MWR to the phone, my friends. This is crucial what I'm saying. The purpose of the invitation is to invite people to see the project professionally through a Zoom call, in a live presentation, see a video or whatever system you are using. We'll get into that immediately, okay? Now, if people will ask you questions, but let me more about the project, let me know how it works, let me know about this travel app, I'm always giving some details. Because that's when people go, they learn the scripts like, okay, I cannot tell you anything, we need to see each other. And we need to see each other at 5 or at 7 or Monday or Friday. And you just go into all these scripts that you learn for the next tens of years. And you go in the old school mode of building MLM, my friends. And your friends like, you know what? Maybe this is not for me. And they're asking like, why are you telling me like Monday or Friday? It's because that's what they trained me to say to you. I don't know, but that's why they told me. And it's not authentic, my friends. Just be authentic. So if they ask you questions about the travel app, you give some information like, look, it's an amazing travel app. They created an amazing artificial intelligence, an amazing loyalty program. We have contracts with hotels all around the world. You see, I gave something. And then how do I move to the invitation to see a presentation? We call this a call to action. So the call to action is to invite people to see the project. And I'm giving a bit of info, but again, let's say Nico asked me this question, but again, Nico, I'm happy that you are interested and you want to learn more information. That's why I invite you to jump in a Zoom call so I can show you exactly the app and see how it works. So let's see, how can we find the time together? So can we see each other tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, right? And I'm always inviting people and we try to find a common ground where we can see each other, right? And this is the invitation. Very simple. Now, there is a thing which is, I believe, the number one thing where people are not inviting people. And I believe is the fear of getting rejected. That's why many people don't call people, don't invite people to see the project. And I'm talking here also about the new people, but I'm also talking here about the old networkers. And some of you have been doing this business for 5, 10, 20 years. And what I want us all to be conscious, I told you, in the last 6 years, I've dedicated my heart and soul and working with thousands and thousands of people on what is truly happening with us as human souls. And that's when I truly understand what is happening in the network marketing industry. And why are we so afraid of being rejected, my friends? Because deep in our souls, we want to be accepted. We need validations from the ones around us. And in a deeper sense, we want to be validated and accepted so we can be loved. That is one of our deepest desires. We want to be loved. Even since we are coming on this planet, we want to be loved by our families, by our, brothers, sisters, friends, husbands, wives, and so on and so forth. And because we have been rejected before, we were hurt, we need to be honest, there is a trauma there. And all this fear of rejection is actually stopping us from connecting with people. Because that's when you go in those in your mind and you're like, oh my God, what if they say no? What if they think it's something stupid? What if they will think I started a pyramid thing? What if, what if, what if? And you go in your mind with all these negative thoughts and fears and negative beliefs, and you're done, my friend. You won't call anyone. And even if you call them, sometimes you'll project all this negativity, negative energy. This is the power of the fear. And I will show you also how to liberate from it. Now, for all the ones of you that have been doing network marketing, my friends, this is an aha moment. Sometimes we're not calling people, we're not approaching people because we have the trauma of our past companies. All the negative experience we had in our previous companies are actually stopping us from changing people's lives for the better all around the world. And we come with all that negative energy and negative perception and negative, experiences, right? And they just work like a virus deep in our subconscious mind. And if you think about it, if I give you the example in a relationship, let's say you had a relationship and that relationship, was awful. It was toxic, right? Let's say someone cheated on you, right? And you were so hurt. And you decided, oh my God, women are like this or men are like this, right? Women, men are all cheaters. So suddenly a beautiful woman appears in your life or a beautiful man appears in your life, and they are beautiful, they're honorable, they are loyal, they have a great, spirituality, they're just great human beings. But you start projecting on that new relationship your wounds, your fears, your negative beliefs, and all that negativity, all that negative experience from the past comes also in the new relationship. What do, my friend? You broke the relationship before you started. You understand how powerful these wounds and triggers are for us. That's why a lot of people don't have success in life, in relationships, in businesses, because they are so influenced by the past, my friends. So I've been doing this for so many years, working with tens of thousands of people on how you can release that. By the way, I have some free guided meditations on YouTube in English and Romanian, so you can go in this process and releasing some of that negative perception, right? You go on Razvan Dinca, you can write meditations and you'll find some of them. But let me give you a tip, let's say a tool that will help you overcome all these negative beliefs and fears. It's very simple. Just put yourself in a beautiful state. Like put a song before you give the phone calls, right? And the first thing you can do, just think about step number 1. You remember? Think about your goals, think about your dreams, think about your life, think about your passions, think about your family, right? Because when you think about it, suddenly enthusiasm will grow. When you'll be more excited about your goals, your dreams, your next life, my friends, a lot of that fear will be dissolved. It's a different state. It's a different, right? It's a different shift. It's a great book by PhD Dr. David Hawkins, which is called Power versus Force. For me, it's one of the best leadership books you can read. It's about the scale of human consciousness, and you'll truly be able to understand what is happening with us as human beings. But coming back to the simple exercise I've been telling you, when you think and visualize and feel your next years, your future, your goals and dreams, my friend, suddenly that negative energy, that fear, it's transmuted, it's alchemized. I'm not talking about mumbo jumbo spirituality. It's a very simple practice. In 1 minute, you'll see it changes your state. This is step number 1. Step number 2, before you give the phone calls, think about that person you want to call and just imagine how you can change that person's life through your phone call, my friend. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, when my ex-partner, which is now my very good friend, Jetta is her name, when she called me about our previous company, travel company, she completely changed my life. I was 26 years old. I was financially broke. I was in a small hometown with 10,000 people. I was living again in my mom's house. And because she gave me that phone call, she completely changed my life, my friends. In a few years, I was a millionaire. I was traveling around the world. I met God and I opened my heart and soul to God. I met so many beautiful people like Nikolai and Radu and Nico here and so many of my friends, Stuart, right? And literally with that phone call, she changed my life. Now, what I'm inviting you is to do the same. Imagine how many lives you can change through one phone call. Because when you'll go in this mindset and heart set, how many lives I can change through this phone, when I give a phone call, when I give a WhatsApp message, it will not be about you anymore, my friend. It will be about them. That's how you can liberate that fear. Because if you think about it, when you are afraid, when you are in anxiety, when you are pissed off, when you are frustrated, whatever, who is it about, my friend? You, right? So in a way, when you're afraid of calling someone, it's a very selfish way of thinking, right? Because you make MWR about yourself. And you know what? It's not really about yourself. What you are really, my friend, you are a portal. And just visualize yourself as a portal, as a doorway, as a gateway for people to have a new perspective, a new life, to travel more, to create experiences with their families, their kids, their friends, to be part of this amazing community, to be financially free. You realize the gift that you can have in your hands, my friend. This is the power you have with this project. Now, it will be for everyone? Obviously, no. And don't be frustrated about it. If your friends, my best friend, didn't join the company, we're still best friends. Actually, I'm planning to meet him tonight, and it's fine, my friend. Right? You don't need to convince, you don't need to manipulate, you don't need to bring everyone by force. That's not your job, my friend. Your job is just to share this information with as many people as you can. And if you do it in the right heart set, the right mindset of wanting to change people's lives, you'll convert all that negative energy, all those fears. And when you call people or you give a voice message or a text message, they will feel something is different. Because your energy will be different, your approach will be different, your heart will be different, your words will be different. And when I say your words, I'm not talking about specific words or specific scripts. You see, I didn't give you specific scripts because I want to be you. I don't want you to be Razvan. I want you to be you. But working with your heart open, my friends, the people will feel, this is different. He's a human. He cares. He invited me in a different way. Let me at least check. Let me at least see it and see if it resonates with me or not. And this is how you invite people. Now, step number 6 is presenting to people, right? And there are different ways in which you can present this concept, right? This project. So the first way to present it is through slides. By the way, this is my favorite way to present the concept, right? You can use one-on-one presentations, right? You have the slides, they're in Romanian, English, Spanish, Italian, in most countries all around the world. So you can download the slides and you can have these presentations live, you know, in a coffee shop, in a tea shop, whatever you want to see those people in their house. Like the question is, where should I do these presentations? Anywhere, even in the car. I've been doing so many presentations in my car, my friends. Whatever you are, right? You don't need a specific time and moment. Or you can do it on a Zoom call or a whatever, video call, WhatsApp call, whatever you want to use. But Zoom is probably the most used online technology right now for video calls. Now, we're so blessed, my friends, because the first years when I started this industry, there was no Zoom. Facebook was, you know, after a few years, when they got open, you couldn't do, you know, voice message, video calls or whatever. Just Skype was back then. But even Skype, I believe, wasn't existing at the beginning, right? So we're very fortunate after the pandemic that most people know about Zoom. So you can do this business from your home, from your car, just compress time. Even last week, I think I've been doing 4 or 5 presentations in my car, right? So you can do it from anywhere. Now, at the beginning, you can have these presentations 2-on-1, 3-on-1, meaning that you can have someone, especially the people that invited you here in this project, do the presentations for you, right? Help you enrolling the people, training the people, and just working with you, supporting you to build your business. But I will tell you something that completely shifted my career. Get ready. This is another aha moment. So I have a friend of mine. He was a top leader in the network marketing industry. He made more than $10 million when I met him from the network marketing industry. And he told me something. I was in my first couple of months in my previous company, the other travel company. And he said, Razvan, remember this. The person who holds the clicker in his hands makes the most money. I'll repeat it. The person who holds the clicker, you know what's a clicker, right? In his hands makes the most money. So in that moment, I was like, first of all, I need to hold the clicker. That's number one thing. I need to learn the presentation. But second of all, that changed my whole philosophy on leadership, my friends. Because for the first part of my career, I was the presentation man. And I was holding the presentations like literally every day, Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday. Like, and I remember I enrolled a lot of people, thousands of people. But I remember I had a period when I was away for a few weeks, and it was crazy, my friend. If until then I had tens of people joining my organization every day, when I left, almost no one was signing up in my organization. Like, wow, Razvan, what am I doing here? There is no duplication. It's just me and me in the business. So that's when I started working with people to learn how to do the presentations, right? And that's when I started teaching people how to be master presenters. Now, very soon from now, so recently we had a training for presenters, how to be a master presenter in Romanian language, which is my native language. In a very short time, the next couple of weeks, we'll have one in English also. So what I'm saying to you right now will be the X factor. This will be the turning point in your business. If you listen to what I'll be saying in the next 10, 20 seconds, this is a major shift in your business. So if you want to have a huge community, a huge organization with us in MWR Life, you need to build a factory of presenters. I'll repeat it. If you want to build a huge community in MWR Life, you need to build a factory of presenters. That's how you build the business. So in a first stage, when you are starting the business, you need to learn the skills and learn how to do it and so on and so forth. And then you are presentation man. You will learn to present. You get good at it. You want to present. You want to impact people. And it's beautiful. You can still do it. But remember, the second stage, if you want to be a great leader, my friends, build independent leaders. Build independent presenters. That is how you build your craft. Helping people becoming independent. This is mastery in leadership. Now, how do you do that? We have a concept called tell, show, watch, and go. I will repeat it. Tell, show, watch, go. And this has been my philosophy for the last, I wouldn't say 15 years, in the last 10 years plus when I understood it, when I started implementing this strategy. So what does tell mean? How do I work? For example, I have a few leaders. I have a dear friend of mine, Radu is his name, that I'm working the last 2-3 weeks. And actually, when we started working, he told me, Razvan, let's work together. Please give me 2 hours a day. And in these he asked me for 4 weeks. He asked me actually. And he said to me, in these 4 weeks, obviously at the beginning, I want you to present. Then maybe I will do the travel part, you'll do the business part, then maybe we'll exchange. I just need to stay around you until I learn to do my presentations, and obviously I will be independent. And I'm like, wow, okay, let's do this, my friend. So what does tell mean? First stage, when I'm working with someone, I'm telling them what to do. Right? So I'm telling them, I'm explaining them, even when I do the presentation, I'm explaining what do I say on every website, why do I say this, how do I say this, how do I treat some objections, and so on and so forth. This is stage 1. Stage 2, I'm showing them. So you don't tell people what to do, my friends. You show them. By the way, if you guys have kids, this is leadership mastery with children. Because you know, children don't do what you tell them to do. They do what they see you doing, right? If you are parents, 100% you understand what I'm saying. So you show people how to present. After you show them, you go to stage number 3, which is you watch them present. So when you watch them present, have trust in them, my friends. Encourage them to present. Yeah, give them faith, give them energy, give them trust in themselves, right? And invite them to present. So for example, I'm holding a few presentations at the beginning, and then I'm inviting the one I work with to do the travel part, and I do the business part. Then I ask him to do the business part, and I do the travel part, for example. And I'm doing this like 5, 10, 20, maybe 30 times. And then when I see him make some mistakes, this is something very fine, very subtle. This is again subtlety in leadership. I don't just jump on them with criticizing them, my friends. Some of you are like, you did this wrong, and you did this wrong, and you did this wrong, right? And you are just, right, you are destroying them mentally that they will never do a presentation once in their life. So your purpose is not to destroy their faith and trust. Your purpose is to encourage them. Remember that. You need to give them trust and faith in what they do. So how do you do it? You just ask for permission. Let's say I would be working with Nikolai, and like say, Nikolai, look, I'm here with you. I have the best interest with you, on you. So while we work together, you allow me to give you a bit of feedback so we know what can improve so you can become a master in what you do. Obviously, I believe in you. I know you're a great professional, but there might be some subtle things that will enhance your efficiency a lot. This is how I do it. I ask for permission. I'm doing it in a very kind way, in a very warm way. And most of the people I work with is like, yes, of course, Razvan. So then if I see 7, 8 mistakes, I don't jump with them with all the 7, 8 things they've been doing wrong, my friends, because most of them will be like, done. They will never do it again. So I'm doing very fine tuning, like on radio. Fine tuning is like, Nikolai, look, maybe you can improve this a bit, and maybe you can improve this, and maybe you can improve this. I'm not just giving a few tips, especially in the major things. And then this is called the sandwich technique. Remember the sandwich. So you start with the compliment and something positive. And in the first stage, you ask for permission to give the feedback. Then you deliver the feedback, 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Insist on the major ones. And remember to be kind, to be warm, right? And then I'm encouraging people once again. But again, it was a great presentation. You are great. You are amazing. You're a professional. You have so much potential. So I cannot wait to see you in a future presentation. So this is the sandwich technique, right? So this is the stage number 3 from tell, show, watch, go. Step number 3, I watch and I give feedback. And stage number 4, and this is how you form duplication and leadership, my friends, you go. So when do you go? When you see someone is doing about 60-70% of what you do, they're ready to go. And allow people to fly. Allow them to fly, my friends, And this is something major that will change your whole career. Some people are building like a ladybird. I'm building this business like a ladybird, right? With the small chicken, with the baby chickens. And you are treating people like chickens, right? And as long as you treat them like chickens, they will never be eagles, my friends. And all the time you'll be with them, training them, and they will drain so much energy. So you are stopping your people from growing. If you want to build massive organizations, massive community, you need to build leadership, my friends. So how do you build leadership? Treat people like leaders from day one. Some of you are inviting people, for example, and you are giving everything. I will give you my car, just join. I will give you my house. I will put people under you. I will give you even my wife, just joined. I'm joking and exaggerating, but for a reason. And you are not keeping people responsible. So what is an approach in leadership when you want to invite someone to join a project and a business? And I'm saying like, look, Radu, my friend, look, I want to be here with you. I want to support you. I feel you're a great leader. You have great potential and we'll do this together. But I want you to understand, this is your business. This is not my business, right? So I'm making them responsible from day one. So my job is not to build your business. My job is to support you in building your business. If you are coachable, if you are teachable, if you can work together, obviously I'm here with you to support you. And I'm doing it in a calm and warm way, but also firm, my friends. This is the massive unity between the feminine and the masculine, between the heart, the soul, right? The love and the faith, between firmity and warmness, right? Kindness. So you need to be warm, kind, but firm in the same time. So I'm keeping people responsible. And then I'm telling them, like, look, let's be responsible on our time schedule. By the way, what I'm doing with you guys today, that's how I start people. When I start working with them, this is how I start working with them, right? Obviously, I'm not going through all these elements, right? It's just the basic things, but I'm still keeping them very responsible. So if we are doing this together, obviously, I will be next to you, but you need to be responsible. Obviously, we need to find a time frame. And obviously, if you are here serious and professional and you want to learn how to do it, I'm next to you to support you. So this is leadership, my friends. I'm treating people from day one like leaders. I will repeat it so it gets in your subconscious. I'm treating people from day one like leaders. I don't care if someone just signed up. I'm treating them like leaders and I'm holding them responsible to become leaders. Will they all become leaders? Obviously, no. But the ones that will become leaders, wow, what a work of art they will be, my friends. So this is how you train presenters. And I cannot wait again. We will announce you on the groups very soon. We'll have training how to be a master presenter. Now, coming back to the ways you can present these concepts. You can have personal conversations, on Zoom or in a tea shop, in a coffee shop. Then you can have group presentations. By the way, this is the two best favorite ways in which I build my organization. Group presentation, I've been doing so many of them in the last 2-3 weeks. It's you holding the presentation, for example, or someone else holding the presentation, like say the expert, and you can have there like 4 people, 5 people, 7, 10 people, maybe 20 people, although it become bigger and bigger, and they're a bit harder to keep them intimate. And I will tell you exactly what I mean by intimate. But you can have these group presentations. For example, that's what I'm doing right now. I have one at 3 and one at 4:30, when I usually have like 7, 8, 10 people every, one of these 2 presentations I have every day, right? And now I will tell you exactly how these group presentations work like, right? What are the rules in a presentation like this? These are crucially important. But this can work also if you want to compress time, my friends. For example, if I want to present to 2 people and I need to invest 1 hour with these 2 people, each and every one of them is 2 hours from my day, right? And with some people, I do it privately, just like I told you with that, my friend, right? Her name is Mariana. She's a big leader, obviously a big opportunity. With this kind of people, I meet one-on-one because they need privacy, right? And with top people, with those top 20 people that I told you, usually I meet one-on-one. This is my personal strategy. Yeah, with the rest of the people, sometimes you can invite even 3-4 people in a Zoom, right? And you can bring them all together. If some people get it, it's perfect. It's awesome, right? And this is how you can compress time. So for example, I had this week so many presentations where I had like 10, 15 people. So imagine if you have 2 meetings like this, 2 group presentations with 2 people, with 10 people each, in 2 hours, you made 20 presentations, my friend, right? If you have 15 people in every meeting, you have 30 exposures, 30 people you presented to, right? In 2 hours. So my whole philosophy on network marketing is time efficiency. This is how I always build my organization. With the time I have, I can invest here. Just remember this. This is a magic question. How can I expand my productivity, my efficiency with the time I can invest here? Just remember this question. How can I expand my results, my productivity, my efficiency, however you want to call it, with the amount of time I can invest here? And this is how I always answered my question, right? Expanding in the 1 hour, I can expand my organization in having more people that I can present you in the same time. And then when I also duplicate, and I have 100, by the way, I had thousands of leaders in my previous organization. Imagine when you have thousands of people doing these presentations, these group presentations. I had days, I'm not exaggerating, I had days when I was enrolling hundreds of people in my team in one day, my friend. Hundreds, one day. Okay, thousands of people every week. Yeah, thousands of people every week. So this is the end result of the system I'm inviting you to become aware with. Now, step number 3 is the national presentations, right? And for example, in Romania, I'm deeply grateful for the leaders in my home country. We have presentations every night from Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. in my native language, which is Romanian. And this is, by the way, this is how I've been building my systems all around the world. So if you don't have one, this is one of the main jobs you have, right? With your leaders, build as many of this as possible every evening, right? And this will create, obviously, credibility and duplication, and people will see the information professionally, and this will create a massive growth. So this worked very well. By the way, what I'm telling you right now is also a system, right? How do you build this system? So you have all these 3 things working. Intimate presentations, 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, group presentations, 7, 8, 10 people, whatever. National presentations, we have them now with 70, 80, 100 people. I presented a few weeks ago, we had, I don't know, 400 people, 400 people or something in one night. Imagine how much production you can have in 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, right? Then you have the home presentations, which, by the way, I love, right? So when you want to start this project and you have close people, you can just invite them to your home, right? And you invite it to your home, you take, some water, a juice, a few snacks there, and you just put a presentation on a scheme and you invite an expert to present, or you present, and it's, again, more intimate. You can do that. We were doing this a lot in my previous company, but right now with the Zoom, because you can do it on Zoom, this is very accessible. So you decide how you want to build it. And then you can have public presentations. We call them travel parties, right? And these public presentations, what I recommend you, don't make them in hotels or seminar rooms, right? Because people have been invited through the MLM industry in so many places like this, my friends. So the way we've been doing this, and this is how we created, literally it was a system. I believe we are the first ones in Romania. I haven't seen it before. And this is how it became an inspiration for the whole world. Like literally, my previous company, most of the people were coming to Romania to see what we're doing. So we took people out of the hotels and the hotels room and the venues and seminars environment, and we brought them to very fancy lounges, fancy clubs, fancy restaurants, fancy shops, your tea shops, coffee shops, and so on and so forth. They were more or less, let's say, more luxurious. And because we were inviting people in these places, first of all, they were more open-minded. It was a different atmosphere. They were more relaxed. We were drinking a tea, drinking a water. It was a different kind of environment. Plus, because we're having them in these beautiful places, we started attracting more high caliber, right? High quality people, people that were successful. They were coming to these places anyhow. And this is how, just to imagine, so you understand how big this can come. So we started in the old city of Bucharest. I told you, this is my home country, right? The capital of Romania. And at the beginning, we had like 10, 20 people. In a few weeks, I'm not exaggerating, we had 100 to 150 people in a lounge, in a club every night, my friends, from Monday to Saturday. It was crazy. It was a momentum, man. And in a few months, literally, it became a social movement. So after 1-2 years, literally, we were filling up big clubs with 1,000, 2,000 people. We were filling up the biggest rooms, biggest venues in Romania, 4,000 or 5,000 people. It was crazy, right? And this is how we enrolled top people, top influencers, top business people, top singers, right? With my dear friend Luminica, we've been there. So it literally became a movement. By the way, this is how we broke a record, right? I became, as I told you, the fastest one in Europe in hitting the last level in my company in 9 years and a half. So I'm giving you these personal stories. Again, I don't want to brag or to impress you. I'm not here to do that, but to inspire you. So everything I'm sharing with you as a system works. I obviously, I know it works, right? We just need to build it and duplicate it. And the last thing you can use, and it can be also very efficient if you do it the right way, is to use a video presentation. And you have the video presentations in mwrlife.online, which is a company presentation. They are amazing. You can use them. And what I've been working on for the last 2 days, if you see here, I have here the cameras and the umbrellas. I've been working for the last 2 days. It's a big surprise in having 2 presentations, which will be obviously video quality, top notch, right? Studio quality, in both languages, English and Romanian. So I don't know exactly when they will be ready. My colleagues will be working on them and will be editing them, but I believe it will be something very special. So you can use them as a presentation, but also you can send them after people see the presentation, so you'll have more credibility, right? And we'll be updating you very soon on when they will be ready. But long story short, you still have right now the ones that are in the mwr.online website, and you can use those ones. So this is the way how you present. It's very simple. Now, what I want to inspire you. First of all, you remember the clicker? If you need to remember something, this is the most important information you need to remember. So if you are here new at the beginning, work with someone that has more experience, right? Do the presentations with them. They will be supporting you. They will be helping you on building this project. But then, my friend, after a few presentations, when you see a presentation, study it. Study it. Study what they say, study the services, study how you can explain the project on every website, the app, and everything we are doing, so that in 1-2 weeks, you will be able to present it. You remember the clicker thing? Whoever holds the clicker makes the most money. So as soon as possible, invite yourself to this mindset. I need to be an independent presenter. I need to be an independent presenter. I need to be an independent presenter. And then we'll also have the training very soon for the how to become a master presenter. Use that, and then obviously you'll be able to duplicate this. And remember this: build a factory of presenters in your organization. Now, there are some rules that are life-changing. And I'm saying life-changing because they have to do with our relationships, my friends, not just with the presentation. It's the way we treat our families, our kids, and everyone around us. There are some rules that are, about respect between human beings. So first of all, we arrive on time for the presentation, right? I was speaking to my friend Nikolai. We said we'll be at 11. At 11, he texted me, my brother, I'm here, right? We've been there. Most times I'm trying to be super punctual, to be on time. Like sometimes I am late, maybe for 1, 2, 3 minutes, but I'm not late for 1 hour, okay? And just remember, it's about respect, my friends. And you need to be responsible and be respectful. If you said we see each other at 1 o'clock in Dublin, in a Temple Bar. By the way, I don't know if I recommend you do presentations in Temple Bar, but I just give you an example, right? It's 1 o'clock in Temple Bar, right? In Dublin. So if I invite you to a Zoom at 3, I will be there. Maybe I'll be 1, 2 minutes there before. Now, I also recommend you not use our internal language or vocabulary. Like, how many people did you bring in today? Like, did you close the boost bonus or whatever? These are expressions that we use, my friends. But when people come to a room, it's like, even a Zoom, how many you need to be a silver, to be a gold? It's like, they're like, is this a sect? Is this a cult? What are they talking about? So just use normal language, normal jokes, everything you have been using as a vocabulary until now. Now, this is extremely important what I'm saying right now. Introduce the guests to the people around, and if possible, also to the presenters. Now, I've been telling you about the two major ways I'm building my organization is private presentations and group presentations. So when you have a private or a group presentation, my friend, you need to introduce your guests to the people. That's why I love this kind of meetings, because they are more intimate than a national presentation. I'm using both of them, but these are more efficient. This is my philosophy, at least, right? Because people can communicate and interact. So let me give you an example how the group presentations work for me in the last 2-3 weeks since I'm working with Radu, for example, who's here with us. So we start a Zoom call. He edifies me, by the way. We start with this, and I will show you immediately what edification means. And then he also introduces the guests to me. And everyone that invite, for example, right now there are like 4 or 5 people in the same team that just signed up, right, in the last couple of days. And all of them are inviting like 2, 3 friends. So before we start the presentation, they introduce me as a presenter to their friends. And they say, look, Nikolai is my friend. He's from Ireland. He's an amazing guy. He's building events there and festivals for Easter and for Christmas. And he has a family, and he's just such an amazing person. And I believe that if he will, resonate with our project, we can do great things together. And I'm really happy that we are here, right? And again, I have Radu here. He's my friend. He's a doctor. He's a surgeon. He also is a trainer in Zumba. He's doing such an amazing job there. And then also he's a father. He has 4 kids. And I felt that we can do some beautiful things together, right? So always introduce your guests to the people. Also, when I invite people to a Zoom, be professional, my friends. And when I invite them, is like, look, you'll meet my partner. And by the way, oh my God, I should invoice you for what I'm telling you right now. This is a bonus training. So when you invite people, keep them responsible. Like, look, Nikolai, I will be introducing you to my partner. So please, even if we are on Zoom, be there, be online. Don't spend time on your phone. It's out of respect for my partner. I know you wouldn't do that, but please be there. Have your camera opened all the time. This is crucial, my friend, what I'm saying. Because otherwise, you know what they will be doing? They will be in their bathroom, in their toilet, and they will watch their presentations, or they will be in their kitchen cooking or whatever, on their phones, in their cars, and they will see the presentation, but they will not be 100% there. So train people to be respectful. I do this from the moment on. Okay, we see each other at 3. And then I'm giving a voice message even before, like, Nikolai, again, you'll be there. Again, I want you to introduce you to my partner. So please be online. Please be on time. Please have your camera open. Let's interact, right? So I don't want it to be a monologue, right? I want you to see what you are doing, and let's have I want you please to be there 100% in the time we'll be spending together, right? So again, be kind, but be firm. This is a major tip that will increase your efficiency. Now, when you do it like that, you have to be also like that, my friend. So when you are, in the presentation, like, one of the worst things you can do, even if you're on a Zoom call, is you have the expert that you invited to hold the presentation, and then you close the camera. By the way, like some of you are doing it right now. I'm not upset with you. We're here in a training. So many people are opening their cameras. I don't feel disrespected, honestly. but I'm giving you guys this as a tip. This will be major tip for what you'll be doing, my friends. You remember about being responsible? If you hold your camera closed when you invited someone to see the presentation and someone is presenting for you, that will be so disrespectful, my friend. It will be so disrespectful from, the person that presents for you and supports you. And it will be also so disrespectful for this business. I mean, think about it. You invited someone to see this amazing project, and it's so important you have your camera closed and you cook your whatever, omelette, right? Or you are on your phone or whatever, you are doing other things. So obviously, if you don't treat this respectfully, people will not treat this respectfully, right? So that's why I told you, how do you build efficiency even with 1-2 hours? Being respectful and responsible for this business, for yourself, and also for the people, right? If I invited you here and I want you to hold your camera open, obviously I will hold my camera open. I will be here 100%. So what will this do? If you have a master presenter, and again, in the next couple of minutes, I will show you how you create contact. This will build rapport, my friends. And if there is someone who knows how to build rapport and you'll edify them well, I will show you exactly how to do it. They will start connecting with people. They will not just be just 10, 20 people there with camera closed and someone is doing, I don't know, YouTube singer, right? Singing a song, right? There will be a connection. You know what? I will give you an example. So my type of personality, I always want to contribute. I love people. Most of the times I'm very caring. I'm very sweet with people. And that's my natural state. But sometimes, if I feel disrespected, I become a samurai very fast. So I'm just giving you an example. It was like 2-3 days ago. And there was someone that just signed up in an organization. It was a lawyer, great guy. He didn't want to be disrespectful, but unconsciously he was disrespectful. So I was creating this report with his team. He just signed up and he invited like 10, 20 lawyers to see our presentation. So I was doing what I invited you to do. So I was inviting people. If he didn't do it, we didn't have time to train him. Who enrolled him didn't have time to train him. So long story short, I was inviting people, right, to open their cameras and, to connect, to get to know each other. And the guy suddenly opens his mic and his camera and he's like, Razvan, these people are super busy. They don't have time to see so many things. They don't have time to connect. So please do the presentation very fast. Not please. Do the presentation very, very fast so they can see because these people are super busy. Oh my God. And I took my samurai armor and I'm very kind, but I'm very firm with people. I'm never offending people. And I'm like, look, I won't say his name, but look, my friend. First of all, I'm not in Romanian language. We have some singers they're called lăutari. The ones with our Romanians know what I'm talking about. That are getting paid to sing at different events. Like, look, my friend, I'm not a lăutar. I'm not a singer, so you can pay me to do presentations for you. And I'm very firm. Look, I'm here to help. I'm here to present. I'm being transparent. I want to know the people, so I see if I resonate with them and they could be a fit for our community. Right? And I'm very transparent, very firm. I don't want anyone in our project. I just want people that I would have fun, like I had with Nicolae and our friends. We had a great time in Lapland because they were the friends of my friends. And I'm genuine, I'm real, right? So I'm very firm with people, especially if I feel there is disrespect, because respect, my friend, is not just a principle, it's a vibration, it's an environment, it's an energy field. I don't want to take you deep into spirituality, but there is an energy field right there. We're all connected to. Tesla, he made hundreds and hundreds of materials about it tens of years ago. So because I know if this respect comes in a presentation, the whole energy will be screwed up. So what did I do? I reinstated the respect. So I know someone is busy. I'm busy also. And again, I love this project. And then I'm again very calm. And I'm very warm and very kind. It's a project with soul. I want us to see if we can be part of a community, build, beautiful things together, right? See how we can resonate, see how we can expand this project. So that's why I wanted us all to connect and to know each other. And if someone doesn't apply the rules, I make sure the rules are reinstated, my friend, all the time, right? But you have to do this. If you invite people, you create the rules. Remember it. You create the rules. You program people. So when they sign up in a Zoom, in a national presentation, in a meeting, right, you create the environment. Now, one of the major things is to watch a presentation like if it's the first time you're watching it, my friend. Be there, be involved. Don't eat, don't drink alcohol, right? I was joking with my friend Nikolai because we jumped in a meeting, and Nikolai is my friend, right? Obviously, he's been sleeping in my house, I'm sleeping in his house, we know our families, and I'm like, look, my brother, I haven't even had breakfast, and I'm having all meetings one after another, and with you, we will talk about for 5 minutes, and I will eat breakfast fast, because then when your partner, when your friend gets in, obviously I cannot have breakfast, right? So this is exactly what happened. I was with my friend, because of our relationship I can do that, but immediately, when his friend jumped, I left my breakfast, and that's it. I'm treating this professionally, and that's very important. I'm not to imagine alcohol, right? You invite someone to a presentation and you go to Dublin to Temple Bar and you drink 2-3 beers. My friend, be professional, right? Don't get out of your seat without a reason, right? Keep your phones. If it's a public presentation, keep your phones on silent. I know this is basic things, my friend, but this is being responsible. Be professional. Again, you don't talk and you don't give explanations over the presenter. Again, that's disrespectful, my friend. If someone said a mistake, it's okay, it's fine. Maybe at the end it's like, look, also this works like this. But again, don't try to be an expert from the beginning, right? And don't be disrespectful, right? It's important to respect each other. It's important to respect the company. It's important to respect our guests, right? This is why these rules are super important. Now, let's get now to a concept that will completely shift the productivity, the efficiency in your organization. And this is something magical we're using in the network marketing field, which is called edification. So what is edification, my friend? Edification is building credibility and trust between someone that just came here for the first time to see a presentation and the one who is presenting, right? So just put yourself in the image of someone that just comes to see a presentation. So they have no idea what it's all about. They see an app. They don't know the person who invited them. Maybe they also have some negative perception and beliefs about it. So they don't see it really with an open heart and an open mind. So this is your job, your purpose, to build like a bridge of trust. You know what's a bridge, right? A bridge of trust between your guest or guests and the one who's presenting the concept. And you can do this if it's a national presentation, edifying the presenter. If it's a video, you don't just send a video, you edify and you prepare that meeting. If you send a video, no matter who that person is in the video or doing presentation, or to someone that is presenting for you in a group presentation or one-on-one presentation. So let me give you an example on how the edification look like, right? Let me say I just signed up and I signed up with Nikolai, right? And Nikolai, I'm not saying he's a top leader. Let me say he's just here for 1 week, right? And I'm giving you some live examples. I'm not saying Nikolai is, Mehdi Souchi, who's, by the way, he's one of my good friends. We've been working together for more than 30 years in my previous company, and now he's one of the top leaders here in MWR. He's a great leader and a great human being. But I'm giving you an example that you just signed up with someone that has signed up a few days before you, right? And let's say I just invited Claudia. I see Claudia here. Claudia, by the way, she's my friend for many years. She's part of our community and retreats, and she's my dear, dear friend. But let's say I just invited her to see the project, right? So my purpose is to build a bridge of trust between Nikolai and Claudia. So how do I do that? First of all, I edify Nikolai. And I say, look, Claudia, I'm so happy. I'm so honored you came here. And look, Nikolai is my partner. He's here in this project for more than me. He signed up last week. He had enough time to study the project, to study the concept. He has a lot more experience than me. Also, I appreciate him because he's a very successful businessman in Ireland. He's building all kinds of festivals for Romanians and Moldovians there. He has 2 events for Christmas, for Easter with thousands of people. And what I love about him is that he's also a great family guy. He has 2 kids, a beautiful wife, and he's just the kind of person I love to spend time with, and I trust. I trust as a human, and I trust as a professional in what we do. So for me, the perfect edification, my friends, has 2 components. And from the way I did it, just remember these 2 components. You edify someone professionally, and you edify someone personally. And what is crucially important is to never lie, be authentic. But you need to become a master in edification, meaning a master in seeing and promoting the best out of human beings. And if you do this with your family, your kids, your friends, by the way, this is outside MLM, you'll build the most beautiful relationships you can ever build, my friends. I'm getting emotional about it. It's a huge skill, seeing the best in human beings. See, what do these people have that is beautiful in them, right? And then learning how to promote those things. So that's why I give you an example. I see the best in Nikolai without lying. He's here for 1 week. He studied a company. So everything I said, I just give you a few examples. By the way, Nikolai already has hundreds of people in his team. He's already successful here in MWR. But I just give you an example, right? So I give information, right, that are true, that are honest, but they will give credibility professionally in MWR Life to Nikolai. And also, I give something that is personal. That's why I shared, and by the way, I know Nikolai, obviously, I see Razvan there. Yes, it's his son, and we're very close. But I always say something beautiful that I see in someone also as a human being. So this is for me the master edification. Edify someone professionally, but also personally. And then I do the same thing, what do you think, with Claudia. And I say, look, Nikolai, I'm very happy that Claudia is here. So I met Claudia a few years ago. She's a very successful entrepreneur. She has a franchise in her hometown, and she's been doing multiple business. She's very entrepreneur. She's very ambitious. I love that when she starts something, all the time she wants to make it happen. She wants to make it work. She's one of the most ambitious persons I ever met. But also, she's such a beautiful human being. She's deeply spiritual. We've been going together to multiple retreats. She has a beautiful family, and I love that she really has an open heart and cares about people. So I felt that bringing her here, if she resonates with this project, I believe we can do some beautiful things together. You see? I've done the same thing with Claudia, right? I edified her professionally, and why do I think it would be a great fit for her professionally to be part of MWR Life? And also I edified her personally with the things that I know. So this is how you build edification. Coming back to the system, right? I do this before a private presentation. I do this in the group presentation all the time. We don't start until we edify each other, right? So if I make the presentation all the time, for example, Radu is doing the edification for me, and then he edifies also the guests. If there are like 4 or 5 people in this group presentation that had guests, they do the same thing, right? If someone edified me, they don't need to over-edify me, right? Because it will be too much. I don't want to be the chief of a cult. Don't overdo it, right? This is common sense, right? You don't need 5 people to put Razvan or whoever. It's like we're all here and we do some yoga incantations or some Christian, right? By the way, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. This is one of the worst parts of MLM. I'm telling you, I've seen the best things in MLM. I've seen the worst parts. And this is literally the edification calls of leaders, my friends. So the purpose of this is just building credibility, not to make you Sadhguru or whatever, the chief of a cult. We are not like that. And actually, this is something that sometimes it just pushes people away of MLM, my friends. It's so much lying and so much manipulation. It's so much over. And we make leaders like, oh my God, it's like spiritual leaders that are changing the world. And you make them the Gandhis and the Steve Jobs and the whatever, Elon Musk of the world. It's like, don't overdo it, okay? Don't build a cult. Do it professionally, do it warmly, build credibility. But again, this is not a cult. This is not a sect. This is a family. This is a community, right? And then this is mastery, what I'm telling you right now. Let's say you are a presenter and you were edified, right? Your purpose is to give back the edification to the people that invited people there. I will repeat it. If you received an edification, in the Olympic Games, it's a sport where they pass the, oh my God, let me look for the word, stafeta. How is this sport called? I'm trying to find stafeta. 1 second. If you know in Romanian, relay race, it's on the Olympic Games, and some people run and they have the relay race and they pass it from one another, right? So this is exactly how edification works. If you receive the edification, your purpose is to give it back as soon as possible. So let me give you an example. We had this beautiful, and by the way, between me and Stuart, it's so authentic. You didn't even realize what was happening. We were both professional, but it was also genuine and natural. So on the first part, he edified me, right? When he introduced me, he said about our beautiful relationship and what we have built. That was a master edification. And thank you so much, you are my brother. And by the way, you could see it was authentic. It was genuine. And what did I do first? When I came back to you guys, I gave back the edification to Stuart. I said hi to all of you guys. And then I edified by Stuart with things that I really believe. With him professionally, we've been working together. Stuart is such an exceptional leader and speaker. I've been hearing him speak all these years. But also, I know the values he has in his family, right? So I did the same thing. I edified him professionally and personally also. So this is the power of edification, my friends, when we give a credibility to each other. And beyond network marketing, this is how, if you change your whole life perception and your whole life philosophy, this is how you make people bloom again, resurrect again. Seeing the best in people, seeing their light, seeing their beauty, right? You give people trust, my friend, if you implement and integrate this beautiful process, right? Now, step number 8 is how do you build trust before a presentation? This is very simple, but this is mastery. I would say more than 50% of someone joining or not is about what I will share with you in the next couple of minutes. More than 50% from my experience, from 15 years of experience. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of presentations, meetings, and people I've been meeting in these 15 years, right? And I'm telling you why. Because most of the people, they focus so much on delivering the information about the travel advantage app, the compensation plan, whatever we are doing, and they focus so little in creating a connection with people, my friends. And I'm talking especially for the ones of you that are very analytical, right? And you love to organize things and you love to be very professional in what you do. That's awesome, right? Also for the ones of you that are super driven, right? And you want to have results fast and you are competitive, right? And you don't focus so much on building rapport with people, right? So when you don't do this, it just dramatically reduces your efficiency. Why? Because literally, and just remember this, people follow people. People follow also companies, plans, products, but more than that, people follow people. People will follow you, my friends. You are the portal, right? You are the door in which people will choose to be part of Travel Advantage and MWR Life. So for me personally, I spend so much time in creating a report, creating the connection. I just give you an example with Nikolai. We've been meeting his friend. We had about half an hour together, right? And I didn't even make the presentation because that was not the purpose, right? I know he saw the presentation, by the way, but my focus was to build trust, to build connection with that person. So usually I don't even present if I feel there is no compatibility. Because remember, people will follow you if they like you and they trust you, right? People will follow you if they like you and if they trust you. So what do you think I do? I become myself likable and trustable. Now the question is, Razvan, how do you do that? Very simple, my friends. You connect with people. How do you connect with people? With a major question. Like Claudia, let me get to know you a bit before we start talking about the project. It's that simple, my friends, right? That's simple. Just ask yourself the question. This is how I start. I have people that I've been working for years, and even for the new people, I've been working for a few weeks. That's how I do. That's how I did with my friend Nikolai, with his friend earlier, right? When we met in the morning. Like before we talking about the business, right? Let me get to know you. Let me get to know you. And usually, I would say when you ask this question, about 80-90% of the people will start talking about themselves. Some of them that are pretty introvert, and they don't really like talking about themselves, they will say like, okay, what do you want me to say specifically? I had, by the way, it happened to me only one time in the last 3 weeks, and I've been meeting, hundreds of people in the last couple of weeks, right? Only one of them told me like, Razvan, what do you want to know specifically? But most of the people, they will just talk about it, right? They will talk about their family, they will talk about what they do, what they love, their passions. Some of them will be talking about money and financials, right? It will come very natural. But some of them, you need to ask them specifically. And we are using a concept called form. Form comes from family, occupation, recreation, and money. This is the kind of information I want to know before I start doing a presentation, my friend. That's what I want to know. Because when you will talk about MWR with a person, if you ask this question, and crucially important, listen to the person that talks to you and what they share. Instead of, I want to give you an analogy. Just imagine you have a machine gun with bullets, and you just fire bullets all over again, hundreds of bullets with a machine gun, and you hope a bullet would enter, the target. And what I'm telling you right now is like being a sniper. And you know exactly how to hit the target. So that's what I'm meaning when building this trust, having this form. It's like an interview, my friends. So if I could give you another analogy, when you find information about the person, is like when you want to buy a cloth, right? And you go to Zara, for example, is very well known. It's a cloth brand, right? And you want to go to Zara and you want to buy whatever clothes from Zara, and you just buy the clothes they have there. Or if you want to go to someone that creates a costume specially designed for you, and it takes you the measures, right? And through a designer, they build you exactly the costume that you want, measuring you, right? So that's the difference that I mean, right? When you find out information about people, about their family, their occupation, what they do, what's their, right, the money they make, usually that's when you can build this whole universe of MWR and Travel Advantage specifically for their goals and dreams. So what's your number one target in connecting with a person? This is something you really want to write down. Find their needs. Find their needs. Write it down and remember it for the rest of your life. Find their needs. This is what you need to do. That's the first thing. You don't present, you don't jump, you don't know. Find their needs. How do you find their needs? Through questions. Sometimes ask them, what's your needs? What stage of your life you're in? What would motivate you? What would inspire you? These are questions that you can ask that can make you find the needs of people. What are you going through? I just give you an example. I had a person that I just presented and he signed up a few days ago. He's the friend of a friend. His name is Igor. I don't know if he's here with us today. And Igor was having a business. He was very successful. He was doing construction. And he has a family. He's working a lot. He's also involved in politics and some other things. And although he is a successful entrepreneur, he has big challenges with his construction company. Many employees, he had some contracts that were not, paid. And obviously, when you don't get paid, you need to pay taxes, you need to pay employees and so on and so forth. And he's very stressed. And obviously, he was looking for something in which he can solve the money situation. Obviously, he needs tens of thousands of dollars every month to solve it. And he wants more time with his family. He wants to travel more and so on and so forth. I had this meeting a few days ago, actually, I think last week ago. And I still remember, my friends. How do you think I know all these details about Igor? I asked him. But I asked him with the intention of finding his needs. And when you ask the question and people open up, what do you need to do? Listen. For some of you, this is the hardest thing you are doing, my friends. And I'm telling you with all my heart. Can we be brothers and sisters for a few tens of seconds? What I'm sharing with you guys right now will change the whole history of your family. Will change your relationships. One of the reasons why some of your relationships are broken with your kids, with your spouse, with your husband, your wife, your friends, or whoever, is because you're not truly listening to them. You are not really finding their needs, my friend. You just got into this, I'm being transparent, we get into this egoistic way of living life. We wake up in the morning, we come back home, we are in our own universe. We became very egoistic as human beings, my friends. And genuinely, we have disconnected from our hearts and from truly caring genuinely about our husbands, our wives, our kids, and all the ones that are dearest to us. So if you implement this strategy, if I can call it a strategy with your family and friends, in a few weeks, all your relationships will have a new dimension. You'll bring love. I have my, you know, want to know my favorite question? It's a question that just came to me in a revelation many, many years ago, and I started using it. And the question literally will change your whole perspective about life. And the question is, what would love do? Just reflect on this question, my friends. What would love do? And if you think about the people that you have closest to your heart and soul, and you just ask yourself the question, what would love do? What would love do with find their needs? So what if you go to your wife tonight, my friend? This is a bonus training. That has nothing to do with MWR. But I want you to be happy. I want us to build a community with families that are beautiful and are loving and are caring. I get emotional. You remember I told you about my wife? This is my wife. That's why I get emotional, my friends. I want to build, and I want us all to build a community of light and love. And I'm giving you a new way to do network marketing with heart, network marketing with soul, network marketing with love. I believe will heal the world if we do it like this. So if you go to your wife, your kids tonight, it's like Claudia, my soul, my life, Nicole, yeah, I see here so many people, yeah, Marcia, yeah, Adi, yeah. What are your needs? What have you been going through lately? This is a great question. Like, what have you been going through lately? What's happening in your heart, your soul, your projects? And when you build your relationships like this, my friend, and you are genuinely, oh my God, it makes me cry. When you are genuinely interested in discovering the needs of the ones around you, that's how you'll bring love again. Love in your family, love in your marriage, love with your kids, love with your friends, love with everyone around you. What are your needs, right? And that's your purpose. Finding out the needs of human beings, right? Now, obviously, this will completely change your relationship with all the ones around you, but will massively create efficiency and connection and trust and leadership when you meet even people from the first time. And again, I'm not saying this to brag or to impress you, but I'm just telling you, I'm not talking about my whole career. Just in the last 3 weeks, I'm telling you, we enroll more than 70% of the people we meet. More than 70%, right? That's more than tough, right? And how does that happen? It's not like I know I have my skills. I know it's God's grace for sure, but that's my whole philosophy. How can I find the needs of people? And how can I help them fulfill them with MWR? And by the way, if I feel MWR cannot change a person's life, or they don't resonate with the project, it's perfect. I still become friends with them. You know, this is something that is deeply also affecting the network marketing industry. And this is aggressivity, my friends. We want people so much because we need one more person to become a silver or a gold or to hit a rank, or we have our own goals and we are desperate to, build an income or whatever, right? And when we are so desperate and aggressive and pushy, we transfer this pressure to other human beings. And that's why people are like, wow, I don't want to be part of this, right? They feel just like cattle. They just feel like an animal being hunted, right? So when you change your whole philosophy, my friend, and you build it with heart and soul, right? Even if people don't sign up, just remain friends with them. Honor them. Keep your relationships. Keep your friendships, right? I told you, literally, my best friend is not with us, and he's still my best friend. I'm supposed to meet him tonight, right? And it's fine. It's fine, my friends. You don't need to convince or push anyone. Keep your relationships. But then, your purpose is, again, and I will end with this part. Your purpose with MWR Life and Travel Advantage is, first of all, to discover people's needs. And you do this with these questions, right? I just gave you how do you find this information about people. And then when you talk about MWR Life, just like you are a clothes designer, right? You give the vision of MWR specifically for the needs you have listened to people and discovered, and you show the way how you can fulfill them. This is mastery. By the way, I don't expect you to do it tomorrow, but this is the true mastery as a networker, right? Find these people's needs and just cast a vision in which people's lives can be positively impacted by this project. And by the way, there is also a risk here. And I will be honest and I will be transparent with you. There is a big difference between influencing and manipulating people. Huge difference. So what is manipulation? Let me give you some extreme examples. Manipulation is Hitler. right? He was a master speaker, a master influencer of masses, right? But how did he use his gifts? My friends, obviously, programming a whole country, the Nazis that generally killed tens of thousands, tens of millions of people in the Second World War, right? If you saw, right, if you saw those, I've been seeing some of his speeches, and when he was speaking in front of hundreds of thousands of people, right, he was a master speaker, right? He know how to move masses. He know how to influence people, but he used it as manipulation in a dark way. And let me give you an extreme example of influence, my friends. I can give you so many examples around the world, but one of them for me is Gandhi. You heard the story of Gandhi. What Gandhi did in India, my friends, is such a great example of God's light and love. So there is also an amazing movie if you want to watch the movie with Gandhi. So the story is that India was under the Great British Empire, obviously, for hundreds of years. And long story short, all the time, the British Empire back then, right, obviously there are some amazing people, we have them here with us, but back then there was a lot of pressure for all the colonies, right, and they were killing people, and it was very intense at that stage. So Indian community, right, the Indian people were trying to be liberated, to become free, to become independent as a country. So long story short, there were all kinds of revolutions all the time where thousands of people were getting killed. And the Indians were also becoming very aggressive, and they had guns, and basically like civil wars were starting in India. So long story short, Gandhi came with this philosophy of obtaining India's independence through peace, not through war, not through guns. And when revolutions were happening, my friends, oh my God, the movie is so amazing. If you haven't seen the movie with Gandhi, it's such a great leadership movie, right? So when these revolutions were starting, Gandhi was so loved by the community, and he was going in weeks and weeks where he was not eating anymore. And my friends, the people were so in love with Gandhi that literally they were stopping the revolution. So Gandhi doesn't die anymore, my friends. And there is a great scene, I will never forget this scene. It was, the Indians were not allowed to enter a city. And at some point, the generals of the British army are ordering the soldiers to start killing people, right? And they were killing civilians, right? Women, children, all people. It's something horrifying what was happening there. But Gandhi just kept sharing this vision, right? Independence without war, independence with peace, right? No violence. So long story short, there are thousands of people trying to enter the city, and the generals give the order for the soldiers to start shooting. And the soldiers start shooting, my friends, and there is a massacre there. Thousands of children and women and old people are getting killed. And they were keep coming without weapons, right? Just trying to enter the city, trying to enter the city. And the soldiers keep shooting and shooting and shooting. And after a while, my friends, the soldiers start seeing all this massacre, and they stop listening to their generals. And at some point, they just throw the guns away. They throw the guns away. The generals throw the guns away. Everyone starts crying, and they allow the people to enter the city. And this is how Gandhi influenced the whole country through love. And that's how they get the independence, my friends. This is the power of influence. This is the power of light. So why did I tell you? Because these skills are not powerful. They're extremely powerful. But always remember, use them with light. Use them with love. Use them to enhance people's life, right? To enrich people's lives, right? Finding their needs, finding a way to support their needs, right? And this way, you'll be a master leader, my friends. This way, you can touch millions of lives around the world. Thank you. I give it to you. A big round of applause to all of you. Now, we're getting soon to an end, and I know it's taking a bit longer, and I know it might be a bit consuming for you guys. Obviously, it's a bit consuming for me also, but I want us all to have a foundation with this training so we can start using it and sending it to people so they know just in a few hours, they know step by step exactly what they do. So I believe with all my heart and soul that with this training, you can reach 5,000-10,000 euro amount easily. After that, obviously, there are some leadership skills, systems, and many things that you want to implement. You need to implement in your organization. But what I'm sharing with you right now, this is a system, is duplicatable, is very easy to use, and everyone will know what to do. So what is step number 9? After you connected with the person, you found that person needs, you have the 3-step preparation. We call it the 3-step setup. So what is this 3-step setup? First of all, you need to build your story. This is massive, crucially important, not important, crucially important. What is your story with MWR Life? Why did you choose MWR Life? This is massive, my friends. So you have a job. After you finish this training, spend 10, 15 minutes and write down your story. Why did you choose MWR Life, right? And make it vulnerable, make it honest, make it authentic, make it inspiring, make it truth, make it as it is, my friend. Why, literally, why did you choose MWR Life? So you need to have two simple steps. Very simple how you build it. First of all, how was your life before MWR Life? And why did you choose it? It's very simple. It's exactly what I told you. If you remember the first story, right? When we started, I told you about the story with my previous company, what happened there, right? And then also I told you the story on what I did in the last couple of years, you know, with the community awakening you, the spiritual projects, what I was missing. And then I told you exactly what I want to do with MWR Life. I told you about the light organization, light community we want to build, about the retreat center, about everything I told you, right? Building a new model of doing MLM with soul, with heart, right? So I got emotional. You felt that, right? So you need to build your own story. That's very important. Now, this story needs to be short. Very important. With you guys, I'm in a training and I know it's inspiring and I did it in a few minutes, but usually try to make it in about a minute or so, maybe 1-2 minutes. Don't overdo it. Don't do the whole Lord of the Rings of J.R.R. Tolkien. Don't do a Shakespeare story. Okay, try to make it simple and short, but it's important. Build your story with MWR Life. Second of all, this is step number 1, right? Why did you choose? What is your story? Before the presentation starts. Step number 2, give credibility to the project. You checked out the club, how did you check this company, and decided to get involved because of the information you found, because you verified it. Now, this gives a lot of credibility, my friends, to the people you invite even before you presented to them the project. Now, how do you do this? Now, if you just signed up in 2-3 days, you cannot say like I made millions and I traveled in hundreds of destinations, right? So how do you do it? Very simple. That's why I invited you to check the app, because this is what gave you credibility. Check the app, compare the prices, see how the app works, right? See the technology, my friends. Again, you don't need to travel miles away to, have an experience with the product. If you can do it, when you can do it, it's awesome. By the way, you have activities in your cities right now on the app. I remember I was talking to my friend Nikolai. I know they're going tomorrow, and they have a sports activity in the park or something like that. He told me earlier. Do activities like this with the community, my friends. And some of them you can book through the app. For example, in Bucharest, where I live right now, in Romania, there are more than hundreds of activities on the Travel Advantage app. You can go to Terme, which is the biggest spa, I think, in Europe. You can visit museums. You can go to all kinds of things. So check the app, book an activity, go somewhere so you have a bit of credibility more. And now, how do you say I've checked it? Look, let's say I'm here for 3 days and I invited Nikolai. So Nikolai, my friend, look, I've been here for a few days, but I'm telling you, I really checked the project. I watched the platform. I saw the differences. I saw the value. I saw the services. Also, I met the leaders. I'm friends with Luminitsa. She's been developing this project in many countries very successfully, right? I saw the materials. I checked the company online, and truly, I feel this is it, right? It's something very serious that I want to get involved in. You see, and I just give you an example, like I'm here for 3 days, my friends. Now, obviously, if you already have some experiences, you can use them, right? Look, I've been traveling with this app. I already made some money. I know the leaders. Like whatever you can use for credibility, use it. This is step number 2, give credibility. Step number 3, take the pressure off. And again, this is mastery. Because when you take the pressure off, people look at the information with an open heart and open mind, my friends. And how does it look? I'm telling you what I said to Mariana, my friend, today. And I'm like, look, Mariana, and this is exactly how I said it. Now, look, obviously, I would love for you to be here. If you resonate, I feel we can do some great things together. So I'm insisting on it, right? I keep my focus on what I want from a meeting. But then I'm taking the pressure off. And I told her, like, look, but even if you don't resonate, look, our relationship will not be influenced even 0.1%. That's how I say it. You can say it in your own way. And I'm genuine about it, right? And I want people to know there is no pressure. Obviously, we'll still be friends. I love to do something with you, but we're still friends. We're still my sister, my family, even beyond this project, right? And I'm making sure people understand, because when you take the pressure off, they're like, okay, let me see it. Let me see how it works, right? They see it with an open heart, an open mind. So these are the two major things you need to do before a presentation. First of all, create a report. And I gave you the form, right? The form way to do it. Finding their needs. Remember, that's your major thing. And then do this 3-step preparation. Yep, step 1, giving your story. Step 2, giving credibility. Step 3, taking the pressure off. Then the presentation happened, right? Through all the ways in which I explain, you can do a presentation: video presentation, group presentation, public presentation, one-on-one presentation, home presentation, what would you? Now, if it's a group presentation, testimonials are extremely powerful. Not power, extremely powerful. And so many people take a decision even more importantly influenced by a testimonial than the presenter. I've been seeing it so many times, my friend. These testimonials impacted them so much. So why are testimonials so important? Because people see other people that are doing it successfully. People see other people that maybe they had some limiting beliefs and they managed to overcome them and became successful. People see other people they resonate with, right? That's how testimonials are very important. So let me give you a few steps on what makes a testimonial be efficient. So first of all, a testimonial must be short and to the point. This is not important. This is crucial. Because so many people make a testimonial again like a Shakespeare movie and they give all the Hamlet story, right? And you talk about the Avatar 3 and where it started, right? And how did James Cameron, right, create all this beautiful Pandora movie? And oh my God, after 10 minutes, the people are so bored. So if you are a very inspiring leader and speaker, yes, in some exceptions, if your testimonial, it's a few minutes, you can be inspirational. But again, my friends, it's not very duplicable, right? So if I invite Mehdi or Luminitsa or someone, that knows what they're saying, they know how to touch the right points, right? Their testimonial is not just a testimonial. It's master. They're people that are doing this for years. They're masters in discovering people's needs. And actually their testimonials, they're touching people's needs. In 5 minutes, it's a work of art, how many things they can touch. It's like you have if you do this for a few years, it's like you develop this amazing skill of seeing 360 degrees, the whole universe of human beings' needs, right? And in a few minutes, you can touch so many of them, right? So this is what it means being a master leader, a master visionary, right? You know how to touch people's lives. But then if you want to make it duplicable, let's just keep it about a minute, right? Let's say maximum 2 minutes, right? So I told you what is the point. To inspire people, just remember this. What is the point of a testimonial? Just let's recap it and remember it. The point of a testimonial is not for me to share my story, is not for me to show off, is not for me to brag, is not for me to impress, is not for my leaders to see how great and smart and powerful I am. It's not about that. The purpose of the testimonial actually is not about you. The purpose of the testimonial is to inspire people. I will repeat it. The purpose of a testimonial is to inspire people through our stories. It's not about us, it's about people. So what is a model of a testimonial? So remember, first of all, keep it short and to the point. So first thing, first and last name. Okay, my name is Razvan Dinca, bro. I'm from Romania. Sometimes you can say age and occupation is not necessarily if you want to look. I'm from Romania, I'm an entrepreneur, right? I give you an example. So why did I choose to become a member? This is crucially important. Actually, I just said it, right? I'm involved in many activities, right? I'm a trainer, I'm a consultant, I have a spiritual community, I do all kinds of events, I have a real estate agency. But I realized, right, that I wanted to build something that can truly touch people's lives all around the world, help them travel more, right? Help them build beautiful experiences out of life, make them connect to a beautiful community, and also help them become financially free. Right? I just give you an example. Why did I choose to become a member? Sometimes, if you had some limiting beliefs, like let's say, for example, at the beginning I was thinking it's a scam and it doesn't work. Or I was having some traumas about some personal experiences I had in the network marketing industry and I was not really open. or or I was in a position where I was not really good financially. I had to borrow money, or let's say, for example, I didn't have time. I was super busy. I had my family. I didn't know how can I find time to build this project, or I just wanted to talk to my wife and whatever, or I was just overthinking. I wanted to think about it. Like most of you guys, you know the common objections that people have. So if you really had one, don't, by the way, don't invent one if you didn't had it. But if you really had one, just mention it. You can mention it because sometimes if you overcame it, and by the way, you mentioned the objection, and why did you overcome it? Look, but I realized I can find time. Even was I was super busy, I found the time because I wanted to change my life or my family's life, right? So sometimes sharing these objections, these limiting situations you had, can inspire other people that have them also. And the last and most important thing, what was your experience with the club? This is crucially important. What did this club bring you, right? How did it impact you, right? What did you see in it? How did your life change because of it, my friend? And right now, I want to invite my friend. I know he's there. I want to invite Nicolae, my friend, because he's a master, master caster of visions in a testimonial. And you'll see, because I know he knows so well how to do it. Like, my friend, can you please open your mic and your camera and just share your story with MWR Life in 1-2 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Nikolai Dula, originally from Moldova, living for last 15 in Ireland, 15 years in Ireland. I'm a father of two kids and a family man and an entrepreneur. I'm running an e-commerce business here in Dublin for the last 5 years. And for the last 3 years, I have my project called Unitate, and I'm creating personal development events and Christmas market, Easter market, different festival here for our community. I joined this concept first of all because it aligns with my mission. I want to build a community of like-minded people, of supportive people that are educating each other, progressing each other, and living a fulfilled life. So that's my mission even before the project, and I can see that it aligns perfectly with what we are doing here in the concept. As well, we can travel more. And one of my goals and one of my dreams is to see all the countries in the world, to see all the beauty of this God's creation. And every single year, I'm putting on my note when I'm doing my vision board and my goal settings. I'm putting 3-4 countries, new countries that I want to visit. And I see with MWR Live, with Travel Advantage, I can do not for 3-4 countries a year, but I can do 8 to 10 countries a year. So I can fulfill my goal even closer. So it doesn't matter if you, but if the testimonies, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. And can you tell us a bit about your experience in the last couple of months?
Oh, crazy. My first experience was I booked a car in Chisinau for 4 days. I saved 18 euro comparing to rentalcars.com. Then I went in a city break with my wife in Venice. We booked the hotel. We used entirely with travel credits, paid zero for that hotel. Then we've been in Lapland Life Experience. That was a trip of a lifetime. You already mentioned about it. I don't want to stop with it. I just back 5 days ago from Andorra from another trip with four of my families. We were skiing and we booked a 5-star hotel in Andorra. We saved 1,816 euro comparing to booking.com for same period, same hotel, same number of people. So now I'm taking a pause for 1 month and a half. I want to build. We have some events. We have next 2 weeks the events with Lumi in Ireland, with Vadi Haller here. So we are preparing for that event. Tomorrow we have a park workout. We've already around 20 people joined the park workout group. And then at the end of March, I'm having the Easter market here for our community. So for April, it's booked life experience in Antalya and the training there. For May, it's booked Lanzarote. I'm taking my mom and my wife's mom in Lanzarote at my birthday to celebrate together there. So with this project, I can even take my parents to give appreciation that they give me the birth and they give me the life. So that's
Let's give it up for Nikolai. Thank you, my brother.
that is so far the experience. But I believe my goal for this year to have 10 trips. 6 of them I see them. 3 of them are done. So in the next few months I have 3 more. So my job after May is to book another 4 trips. But I'm very close to qualify for Jade, and that's going to be another presidential trip. So I see already the 7th. I need to look after 3 more trips to fulfill my goal for this year.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Nikolai. Cool. Now, that was an amazing testimonial. Thank you so much. Now, what I recommend to you guys, when you talk about the experience in the club, especially the ones of you who have a lot of experiences and you made like 15, 20 reservations, I mean, try to get like 1 or 2 that are the most important ones, right? Because if I start talking about the 15 trips I made with, reservation, it's a bit too much for people. So usually when I talk about my experience in the club, I'm just mentioning like 1, 2 important things. So they can be something that can be an experience related to travel. For example, look, I have 15, 20 reservations and I want to talk to you a bit more about Lapland. And I'm giving you an example. I'm not saying this for Nikolai, but for all of us, right? Together. And I just mentioned a bit more about what was my experience from Lapland, right? I just give you an example. And in the business side of it, if I want to share some information, by the way, this is also a legal thing. So we cannot talk too much about the millions and share, I know I made $40,000. I mean, in some countries you can say it, in some countries you cannot say it, but you can also inspire people like, look, I got my financial freedom, right? I helped my wife retired, or, I got the money right now, I can buy my car, I got a bonus where I can get my car, whatever, right? You can also inspire financially. So you can inspire people through the travel part or through the business part. And what I usually recommend, so first of all, keep it short and to the point. Remember, maximum 2 minutes. Actually, you can record yourself and make the perfect testimonial. By the way, it's connected to your story. These 2 things are very connected, right? So try to make it in 1, 2 minutes maximum, see how you can get the best out of it. And second of it, when you talk about the business, I recommend you guys not talking about the ranks. Look, I'm a Jade, I'm a Ruby, I'm a Silver, I'm a Gold, because anyhow, people have no idea what's that, right? In our community, we know what it is, right? But for people outside, and especially, in the network marketing industry, there are so many ranks and so many diamonds and rubies and whatever precious stones. And some people resonate with it, but a lot of people don't really resonate with it. Anyhow, many of them, they don't even understand what that is, right? So I recommend you guys just say like, look, I give you an example. I just started, I have a community with hundreds of people and I'm super excited about what we're building here together, right? That's an example, right? Or I'm already here for a few months and I already started making serious money and I can start building my financial freedom for my family. So you can say things without mentioning, the specific expressions. Remember, talk about it that we have in the company. And this is the structure of a testimonial. Now, as we go through the end of today, this is obviously what will create efficiency, right? When someone signs in, right? And that's what you want, basically, right? You want someone signing in Travel Advantage, either as customers or, in the whole project, MWR Life also as business partners. So we have a concept in network marketing and actually in all the sales industry called closing, right? What does it mean to close? So first of all, closing doesn't mean hunting, closing doesn't mean convincing, closing doesn't mean manipulating, right? Closing means just finalizing a discussion. And after you checked and discovered the needs people have, remember, that's what we talked until now, it's just helping them through questions, deciding if this club is relevant, if they resonate, and they really see here a way in which they can fulfill those needs, those goals, those dreams. Now, before we talk about what to do, let's talk about what not to do, right? And obviously, in all these years, I've been seeing so many mistakes people do, and these are actually preventing people from joining. So maybe the number one thing is not asking the guests if they're joining or not, right? So if you invited someone to see the project, my friend, remember your number one focus is to have those persons see if they want to join or not, if it's for them or not, right? Don't start talking about other things and other things and other things, or just, postponing the questions and so on and so forth, right? Because it's like literally it's taking people's focus out of the main subject. I do not know how can I say it in an easier way to understand it. So you need to be focused, laser focused, like a sniper, but not hunting. But just let's make a greater example, like a surgeon on a surgery, in a surgery, right? We have Radu, my friend here. He's a surgeon. He needs to be not focused, super focused. So I have seen so many people that, they do the presentation, they talk, someone, sees, they resonate, and then they just start, but let me know about your kids, let me know about your other projects, let me know of whatever you are doing, and so on and so forth. I just had recently a presentation, and I was with someone close I'm working right now, and without intention, but that guy was an author, right? He writes books, has a big community in my home country. So long story short, we finished the presentation. I wanted, obviously, to finalize the discussion. And then my friend started asking about the guy, about what they can do, and about his community, and about the books. And it's like the discussion went so far away, right? It's like when you if you think about a soccer game, right? In a soccer game, if you look at Messi or Ronaldo, right? You need to put the ball, even if you are a woman, you'll understand the analogy. You put the ball in the net of the other team. It's very simple. That's how soccer works. So imagine when you have a presentation, it just finished, that's when you are in front of the goalkeeper. Your purpose is to put the ball in the soccer net, right? So when you change the subjects, my friends, and you start talking about the politics and whatever is happening around the world and about their kids and about whatever, or the Gucci bag, is like taking the ball and throwing it, in the stands, right? You took the subject and discussion so further away that people don't even focus anymore. Why are you inviting them there? So don't change the subject. Ask the people if they are ready to join or not. If this is for them or not. Don't change it. Then another big one, and I see this happening so many times, is that people start, after a presentation ended, they start explaining the project all over again and again, the benefits, and again the project, and again the comp plan, and again this, and again that. And that's over convincing people, my friend. And they feel it. You are trying to convince them, to manipulate them. And usually we do this out of fear, right? So we think if we over-convince and over-convince or over-convince, and we give information and information and over-information and other information, we think people will sign up. Actually, people are even like more defensive when you give so much information, because they feel you are trying to convince them. And I'm just giving you a story. We were about, I think, 11, 12 years ago, somewhere. We were in the old city of Bucharest. We had a presentation. And at the end of the presentation, I had someone in the team. He was a clothes designer. And he had a guest that was really, he had a great potential, and he was ready to sign up. So long story short, he invites me there at the table to just finalize the discussion. So I got there, and the designer, the guy who I was working with, started convincing that person, right? So the person was ready to sign up. You don't need to say anything, right? He just need to sign him up. So long story short, he started convincing and convincing, was speaking for minutes and minutes, and you can have this, and you can have that, you'll do this, and you'll have that, and you'll do this, and you'll do that. And literally after a few minutes, that person says, I won't say the name, some of you might know the person. He's like, look, my friend, I've been really wanting to join the club. I really like it. But I really feel you are convincing me for so many minutes that I feel something is wrong with you or the project. So with all due respect, I don't feel to sign up anymore. And he told him in his face. So when you finish a presentation, it's enough, my friend. Don't give more information and more information if people don't ask. By the way, if they ask, you give the specific information. But if they don't ask, don't overconvince them. Again, another thing, don't beg the guest. Come on, Nikolai. Come on, my friend. Come on, please join me. I will die if you don't join me, right? Please, I will give you my house. I will give you my car. I will give you, please join me. Yeah, begging won't attract leaders, my friends. Come on, be a man if you're a man. Take the, how do you say in English, cojones? Sorry for the colorful language. Be strong, be responsible, be like, you don't need to beg anyone. Like, even if you want to enter a relationship, if you go to a woman and a man, like, please go in a relationship, please. It's like, you're like, no, I don't want that. Do the same in the business. Again, be you need to convince yourself that you are doing amazing things with this project for people. You don't need to beg, you don't need to put pressure and so on and so forth. Just be firm, be natural. You don't need to overdo it, but don't beg. That's the number one thing. Or don't put pressure on them. Nikolai, do you remember what I did for you 2 years ago? How can you not join my team? How can you not join my company? Come on, my friends. Come on. Let's be classy. Can we all be classy? Can we all be elegant, right? Don't put pressure on people. Don't overpromise to people. Don't lie to people. Don't manipulate people. Don't beg to people. That's not classy. Let's be classy. Our job is not to put pressure, not to beg. It's just be yourselves and just find the right people. And again, do you want to try? Claudia, do you want to give it a try? There is no trying, my friends. You see, we're doing it or we're not doing it. That's it. That's it, my friends. I told you I had a meeting today with a great friend, and she's an outstanding leader. And she said something so beautiful. And she said, Razvan, we're doing it. At this stage, she didn't sign up yet, by the way. We'll see. But she told me, but from the city I'm in, when we say we're doing something, we're doing something. And I'm giving you this story for a reason. There is no trying, my friend. Literally. There is no trying. Nikolai just told you that they are going tomorrow to do sports in a park. They're not trying, right? They're going. You see the difference? There is no trying here. Either you do something or you don't do something. So if you have this mindset of trying, obviously, unfortunately, you'll manifest it with people around you also. You'll find more people that just want to try it. Let me try it. But if you are certain and firm, even if you are doing it part-time, you'll find people that will be certain and firm, my friends. And another thing, I'm talking about the analytical people. I have a joke. I had someone, we became friends right now, but he joined a few weeks ago. And he was so funny. He's an amazing human being. He has a location, like a hotel near to Dracula's castle. If you want to visit Dracula's castle, it's an amazing place in Romania. But long story short, he's very analytical, right? So when the presentation finished, he said look, I'm interested, but I have 27 questions. Not one or two, 27 questions. And because of the relationship with his friend, what I'm sharing you right now, you cannot do with someone you just met, right? But because they were very close friends with the person that invited you, it's like, okay, it's perfect. You have the 27 questions. Sign up today. And then in 1-2 days, we'll clarify the 27 questions. Long story short, that person signed up, he enjoyed, and already we have a beautiful team built together. But now, why am I sharing you this story? Because usually, let me give you an example. Your perception about how people should treat this business is the way you'll try to influence people to treat this business. This is a huge aha moment, right? So let me give you an example. If you signed up as silver, what do you think most people will sign up as, my friends? Silver, unfortunately, because people don't do what you say. They will do what you do. And again, I'm not trying to put pressure. I'm just making you be conscious of it. If you upgrade it as turbo, there is a big chance for people to upgrade as turbo because you are influencing them. In the same time, if you are analytical, you need time to overthink and overthink and overthink. Like one of the worst things you can say in closing is like, please, you saw the project, just go and analyze it and clarify yourself and then sign up. So you remember we talked about call to action? That's one of the worst calls to action you can do. Like go analyze it, check it, and then you sign up. No, call to action is like, come on, let's do this. If you resonate with it, let's do it together. That's your purpose, my friend. So these are the common mistakes. Now, what are the right things to do? What are the right things to say when you finalize the discussion? By the way, these are $1 million questions again, right? I made the millions and I inspired other people to make the millions. So I know they work. Now, if you implement these questions, because they are questions, this is how you will guide people to take the best decisions, not for you, for themselves. So question number one I always ask is, Claudia, you saw the project, obviously, I'm very excited about it, but the question is, do you resonate with the project? Very simple. Very simple question. Do you resonate with it? And you have two answers, my friends. What are the answers? Yes or no? Simple. Yes or no? And if people say no, it's perfect. I don't try. If it's a clear no, I don't push it. I don't reason. I don't try to convince. I don't manipulate. It's a no, and it's fine, my friends. And by the way, I had this no. Is the one of the very few no's we got, like clear no's, and it's with the author. I told you I had a meeting last night with an author, right? He writes book. He has thousands of books sold, thousands of people in his community. He's a great guy, actually, but he told me, like, Razvan, I'm honest with you. I don't resonate with it. And not because I don't like, okay, it's awesome, the project, but I'm really so focused on my projects and what I do. And I felt there is no room to ask any other questions. So when people say, I don't resonate, and you feel it's a clear no, what do? I try to get referrals from them. Remember, this is a huge one. I tried to get referrals. And I said, like, look, his name is Marius. Look, I'm really grateful that you are honest with me and you are transparent, but maybe you can know some people that would resonate with the project and maybe they will find some great benefits either for the travel part or the business part. And my friends, he was so no, by the way, he's a great guy, a spiritual person. He's like, of course, Razvan. And he was genuine about it. Look, just give me some materials and let me know what I can share with the people. And and he told me, look, I have a great leader. He's in the network marketing industry. He wanted to find a project right now. And I just want you guys to put in contact. And he was genuine about it. And you know how many leaders I recruited from referrals, my friends, people that knew people. So if someone says no, maybe through them you can reach other people. That's the beauty of network marketing, right? Now, if the person said yes, and by the way, if you ask the question to people, most of them will give you exactly the answer. Like, look, I like the business, I like the travel part, I like the membership, I like also the business part. I see an opportunity and you realize that people love it, right? And for many of them, they love both of them. But some of them, they will just say, look, I'm more interested in the travel part, let's say. I don't necessarily want to get involved in the business. So if they say it from the beginning, it's perfect. But if you don't say it, you have another question. The second one you can ask, what do you resonate with the most with? The travel part, the business part, or both? This is another question you can ask. And people, what do you think they will tell you? The travel part, the business part, or both? It's very simple. By the way, here you have a structure, you have a system. We can give you the slides, you can use them, but honestly, this is kindergarten stuff, right? First question, do you resonate with the project? If it's a no, you get referrals. If they say yes, from their story, you realize if they resonate with both parts, travel and business. If you don't realize, you can ask them specifically the second question. What do you resonate most with? The travel, the business, or both? So if they say both, if they say the travel part, I say, great, so can we consider you a member? That's my question. If they say yes, I go further with the question, right? Perfect, what membership you feel is best for you? And they say elite, turbo, whatever. And then I say, like, perfect, can you make the registration now? And most of the people, I'm telling you, most of the people I signed up immediately, okay? But if I feel that I would put pressure for some people, I don't jump to have the sale or the close immediately, my friends. There are situations and situations, and I cannot train you which ones you can sign up immediately and which ones you need to be a bit patient because you will scare them away. You need to feel it. And it comes from experience. So I signed many people on the spot. If I felt is the right thing, they did it. I give you an example with Nikolai. I didn't even need to sign him up. He's my dear friend, obviously. It's a brother who we have a deep trust. But when I told him, look, my brother, I'm signing up. I'm starting this project. He's like, don't even send me the presentation. Send me the link so I can sign up. And then I will see the presentation. And it's beautiful, my brother. And I thank you for the trust. Like, so there are relationships like this where it's easy. You feel it's the right time. But with some people, for example, I told you about the lady I met today. She's an awesome human being. She's a great leader. She already has a big team. So if I would insist on signing her up today, I would lose her, right? It will be pressure. So this is a very fine, it's subtle, it comes from experience. When is the right time to sign the person right now? When is the right time to do a follow-up in the next 1-2 days? And you feel it, right? Now, there are some people that have some specific questions regarding the membership or the business, right? So here, you have to be a master on answering questions, but again, without over-convincing people, because some people have some specific questions. Like, for example, let me know, Razvan, how the loyalty program after 12 months works. And I answer specifically that question. I sometimes ask, do you have any other questions? Like, how does the get three self-financing promotion work like? And I just give the answer. Or some things are some specific things about the membership. Tell me again about how much is the elite, how much is the turbo. So you answer the specific questions, and then you ask again the question. So I see right now, are you clear? Yeah. So I understood you resonate with it, right? Perfect. So can we consider you now a member? And by the way, when you ask a question, you have three main rules. Write them down. First one, keep the eye contact. It's very important. Yes. Keep eye contact when you ask a question. Second one is smile. Yeah, because my friends, like, honestly, if you ask a question and your face is like this and you feel like you have been, constipated for at least 2 weeks, it's like, come on, my friends. Yeah, you are part of a travel club. It's a lifestyle club. Come on. Show that you are happy. You are, and by the way, you have a responsibility in a project like this to raise your energy up. I will be transparent with you, and I will mention it again. Especially in a project like this, you have a huge responsibility of raising your energy. Otherwise, if you go like that to presentation and you feel like it's a funeral, like it's an amazing club, we'll travel so much, we'll have so much fun, but I didn't have fun since, I don't know, Kennedy was in, the president of America. Right? It's like, come on, my friend, would you join your team? So again, raise your energy before the presentation. Maybe you listen to a music, or maybe you watch your vision board, your goals, your dreams, whatever. Be excited, right? Show people that it's something that really excites you, drives you, right? Motivates you. Cool. So once you establish with someone the questions and you ask the final question, like, so what can we consider a member, right? Then you send them the link, and some of them just register on the spot. Some of them, they don't register on the spot. It's very important. Very important. Establish the date when they will register. That's crucially important. Don't leave it to, okay, I will sign up, whatever, in 70 years from now, and I will come back to you when I will want to register. That means, okay, bye-bye. I will forget about it. Because people come back to whatever they're doing, and right, they forget about what you showed them. In a few days, they will completely forget. So that's why it's important. Okay, so I understand you registered. By the way, this is not manipulation, my friends. It's just being firm and being responsible. So you're not convincing them, because they already said they resonate, they like it, they are clear, they want it. It's just like when you go to a shop, for example, I was mentioning the Zara shop. If you have a, let's say you bought a shirt, you go to the cashier, and what do they ask you? Cash or card, right? If you went there with the shirt, they know you want to pay, right? It's obvious, right? So do it also. Don't be afraid, my friend. It's obvious. People said they want it. They clarify the questions, right? So again, when can we make the registration? And someone, they will say tomorrow, or in 2 days, or in 3 days when I get my salary, or whatever. But it's important to have a fixed date. And the last option is when people say both, right? I love the business. I see an opportunity. I like both, right? And what do I usually say, right? By the way, this is not my question. I need to change it here. I don't ask, are you ready to get started? I usually ask, okay, my brother, so are we doing this together? This is my question. Are we building something great here? You can use whatever question you want, but I love asking questions where they understand we're together, right? So that's why I'm asking. So are we doing this together? Are we building something important together here? I usually use in my closing question the togetherness, right? So he understands it's not just about him signing up, it's about us working together as brothers, as sisters, as a family. And by the way, I'm genuine about it. I know I will support him, right? So this is my final question. And when you ask this final question, some people will have some questions. Yeah, Razvan, but let me know again, how is the system? When will we have the presentation? Tell me again about the comp plan, whatever. And again, you clarify the questions, and then you come back to the closing question. And I'm like, look, now that you got it, again, are we doing this together, my brother? Yeah, and usually it's important to clarify if they usually have like 1, 2, 3 questions, and then you can ask the final question, right? If you feel, for example, if you feel like my friend, I told you about Mariana, my friend, right? So I told you that I would have pushed her away if I jump to the closing question. She said, look, Razvan, I resonate with it. Yeah, just give me 1, 2 days. And actually, this is what we talk. Just give me a few days, right? I need to support a bit, to check a bit the company, and like, of course, I understand. And then, and I usually, what do? If I don't sign a person on the spot, first of all, I give them some materials. Write it down. This is crucially important. By the way, this we go to the follow-up, right? But I'm giving you from now the follow-up, and then we'll come back to the closing questions. So what do I do for follow-up? First of all, I send them some materials. And what materials am I sending? The presentations of the company in their language. That's crucially important. For example, I have my own presentation in Romanian and one in English. If you want to use those, it's perfect. And soon we'll have the, studio presentations. They will look amazing. Or you can have also from mwrlife.online, you can use the presentations from there. So this is what I sent. I also send the trust pilot, so they see exactly the rates we have, 4.8 out of 5 stars, right, in Trustpilot. And I usually send them the pages, the Instagram, Facebook page, and so on and so forth, where they see right there thousands of posts with people traveling. I think it's enough. Maybe you can send them some other things, but don't send them too many things, right? Because, it will be a bit too much. So this is my follow-up, and we already established the next meeting. That's very important, right? So if he didn't sign up, it's like, when would be a good time to meet? Let's say I need 3 days, perfect. So can we see each other Tuesday? Tuesday is perfect. So Tuesday around the afternoon, around 3, it's okay. And I establish the hour, my friends. It's very important to do the follow-up. Now, coming back to the closing question. So some of them will say yes. And if they say yes, and they are ready to sign up right now, obviously I send them the link, or sometimes I even do the registration with them. Like with my friend Radu, he signed up 3 weeks ago, actually at an event. And we did the registration on the spot. So are we doing this? Perfect. Let's sign you up. And we did the registration on the spot. And usually this is what I do. But with some people, again, if I feel that I would push them away and I would put pressure if I insist on signing them up, it's usually okay. Let me give you a few days. I want to give you the material so you can check them up. So can we meet Tuesday, let's say, and see where we can take it from here? And then let's say, like, perfect. And we establish the date where we can see each other again for the follow-up. But some people have certain objections, right? Now, before we start with these objections, I want to give you an aha moment. It's another big aha moment. This is a bonus, a bonus training. Especially for the ones of you that are here for a few years. And you have mentioned, I've seen these objections for so many times. Like, have you seen them? I don't have time. I don't have money. I want to ask my spouse. I want to find some friends first. This is a pyramid scheme, or I want to think about it. By the way, this is the worst. I want to think about it by far. At least if they say they don't have money, you still, okay, I know how to handle this one. But when they say I want to think about it, oh my God, like this is the worst one. But what I want to say with this, my friends, if in your mind, this is crucially important what I'm mentioning right now. If in your mind, you expect people to tell you, I don't have money, I don't have time, I want to talk to my spouse, it's a pyramid, I want to think about it, guess what kind of people you meet in most cases? Ta-da! People like this. Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motors, was saying something so amazing. He was saying, the man who thinks he can or the man who thinks he can't, they are both right. Man or woman, right? Because when you create a perception, by the way, this is advanced spirituality, my friends, and how does the universe work? I've been studying this for the last 20 years, so I know it works. When you have a perception about reality, whatever perception about reality you have, you'll meet people, circumstances, situations that are there to show you, to influence you, and to expose that perception that you have so you can finally change it. Let me give you an example. If you think people are not serious and are lazy and whatever, you'll meet mostly in this business people that are not serious and are lazy and so on and so forth. If you had a bad experience with a woman that, for example, I'm laughing with women that they want to go to a date, and a lot of men are not men anymore, unfortunately, and they go to dates and they expect the women to pay in a date or someone like that. And it's like, Razvan, how can I find a man once again, right? That's, he invited me, Alex takes responsibility, buy a dinner, buy a tea, whatever. But it's again, if you had 4 or 5 experiences like this and you expect men to be like this, guess what kind of men you'll find? People that invite you out and expect you to pay or whatever. We do 50-50, right? So again, my friends, you have to literally, I know it's a strange word in this world of sales and network marketing, but you have to heal your expectations, to heal your consciousness. So I will give you some tips on how to treat these objections. But long story short, I will tell you how I operate. My philosophy is when I make a presentation, most people will sign up, they will love the concept, don't have any objections, they will be ready to do something big together. My philosophy is that God will send me leaders, big leaders that want to enjoy what I do. That's what I think. And for the last 15 years, that what has been happening is becoming my reality, right? So your mindset and your heart set, because they both work together, my friends. In the personal development world, they talk a lot about the mindset, but also you need the heart set. Heart set means love. Heart set means being a good human being, having a great energy, right? Trying to serve, trying to contribute. But mindset with your whole software, just like the phone has a software and needs to be updated, you need to update your software also, my friends. And again, I'm talking to you as your brother. So this is how my software works. I attract leaders, amazing human beings. They don't have any objections. They just want to sign up and do something big with me. That's what I think, right? And by the way, do you remember my first story in the first 2 years? When I was telling you I wasn't making money and oh my God, I had so many struggles for my first 2 years in network marketing. Do you think I had this mindset and heart set? Surely no. I had to build it, right? That's why I'm mentioning it. You build it in time, but you need to build it consciously. Now, also, you might be meeting some people that are like this. Let's say they say, I don't have money, right? So how do I handle these objections? Very simple. First of all, I use empathy all the time. And I'm genuinely when I use empathy. I don't convince, I don't push, I'm not aggressive. I'm just empathic, right? So I'm trying to be compassionate with people. And then through questions, I'm trying to influence them. So let me give you a perspective. If someone doesn't have a few €100 or dollars to join a travel club, are they in a good situation in life, my friend? Just think about it. If they are 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever, 60 years old, and at this age they cannot afford a few $100 to be in a travel club, are they in a good stage of life? I would guess not. So if they remain, that's my whole philosophy, how I handle these things. So my question is, if they remain in the same spot, doing the same things they are doing, are they in a good spot of life? Will their life change for the better, my friends? Like, probably not. Do they need to do something else? Ta-da! Obviously. So, Professor Einstein, the great scientist, one of the most brilliant minds of the 19th century, was saying the definition of madness is to do the same things all over again and to expect different results. So if someone is here, my friend, in the situation where he doesn't have money or time or whatever, if he does the same things, his life won't change. So in order for his life to change, he needs to do something else, right? It's common sense. Now, let's take it a bit further to understand my whole philosophy on closing. So if someone joins Travel Advantage, can I guarantee that person that his life will be changed and he will make money? If we are honest, the answer is no. Right? How can you guarantee to that person that he will make money and he will be successful? You cannot guarantee. But does he have a chance? Obviously, yes, my friends. So if I trust 100%, by the way, I've been doing this for 15 years. Obviously, I know that normal people that came here without money, without skills, without time, without whatever, they became huge leaders. They became millionaires, some of them, right? So I know it works, right? My faith is 1000%. But even if you are here for a few days, obviously, just think about it. They don't know if they will work, if it will work, but what if it works? Just like it worked for me, for Claudia, for Adia, I see here Radu and Nikolai and so many other people. So if I know they have a chance, that's my whole philosophy on closing, my friend. So what do I say? Let's say I met Claudia and she's like, Razvan, look, I like this project, but literally I don't have the money to start right now. So what do I do? Remember, first of all, compassion, empathy. And I'm saying, Claudia, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you. I honor for you being vulnerable, being honest. But I want to ask you something. By the way, how do you lead the closing? Not with convincing and with affirmation and with whatever. You lead it with questions. Just remember, you answer the objections with questions. You see, that's how I lead, with questions. I don't give solutions. I ask questions. So what kind of question I will ask Claudia? First of all, I want to clarify if it's just the money thing. And I would say, Claudia, I want to ask you something, please. So if we wouldn't have this money issue, it means you resonate 100% with this project and you want to do it. And many of them will say like yes, Razvan, it's really the money thing. Okay. Now, let me ask you something. Like, obviously, I know it's very sensitive. By the way, you see, I'm very gentle with people, right? Gentle and firm. In our retreats, this is what we do. We learn how to heal the feminine energy, and this comes with the gentleness, the caring, the compassion. And it doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman. If you want to be a great leader, you have to have the masculine and the feminine inside of you, my friend. Firmity and love in the same time. So I'm gentle, I'm full of compassion, but at the same time, I'm firm with people. Now, coming back, I'm gentle, and I know, like Claudia, I know this is sensitive, but can I ask you something? And usually people say yes. So look, from what I understand from you, you're right now in a challenging situation financially, right? And people say, yeah, yes, obviously. So look, can I be honest with you? For me, if you sign up or not, is the same thing, but I really feel you're a good human being. You realize that in order to change this financial situation, you need to do something else, right? You need to change something. Remember exactly what I told you about the philosophy is the same thing I'm asking. And usually Claudia would say yes, right. So listen, and I cannot guarantee you that you'll be successful here, obviously. But if you are willing to give a few hours a week, right, and stay next to me, I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to build this with you. I'm willing to support you in building this project so you will never again think about how to find a few $100s to sign in a club. So are you willing to make this effort so we can build a beautiful, successful story here together? And a lot of people, like most people, I would say, my friends, they were like, yeah, you know what? I want to do this. I want to change something. I want to give it a shot. And usually, how do I treat I don't have money? The next step is okay, let's think about a solution. How can you find the money so we can start, and we can start working together. So not only you can make your money back fast, but also start going on a profit, right? And usually I had this 2 weeks ago. Actually, it's the first one I had in the last weeks. Most of them just signed up, but one of them said Razvan, I don't have the money right now. And I asked him the same thing, how can we accelerate the process if you like the project? And he's like, look, I think I will talk to my son. I will take the money from him and I will give him back the money in a few days. And I was like, Profile, when do you want to do it? Tuesday, perfect. Let's do it on Tuesday. We sign you up and let's then make a training so we make a plan how to do this, right? So remember the question, how can you find the money? This is the question, my friends. And you'll see that people will find their own solution. Same thing with, by the way, when they establish Tuesday is Tuesday. Okay, so Tuesday we hear each other again. I know you're a serious person. By the way, sometimes I'm putting, this is not pressure. This is about accountability and responsibility, right? Claudia, I know you're a serious person, so we talk Tuesday, right? This is very subtle what I'm saying, but I'm keeping them responsible with what they said. If people said I don't have time, it's like, Claudia, perfect. I really get it. By the way, sometimes with me, I give you an example. I have 4 or 5 projects, mentoring people, doing all these events and retreats, and like I'm super busy, but I still found some time to develop this project, and this is my skill to work with people that don't have time. And then what am I saying? Look, Claudia, if it wouldn't be the time thing, by the way, this is the only thing most important thing I want to clarify first. Is this the only objection? Or is it an excuse and he has all other 4 or 5 things? And actually this is, the big word with B in English, right? That starts with B and ends with IT, right? It's not real. So I want to make sure it's real. So if people say they don't have time, I would say Claudia, look, besides, if it wouldn't be for the time thing, right? Do you really resonate with the project? Would you want to do it? It's like, yeah, Razvan, I'm really, I have the kids and I have this project and I'm, I want to spend time. I need to take care of my mom. It's like, look, I deeply understand, but let me ask you something. And how do I treat this? Remember, this is a major thing. If people want to prioritize something, they will prioritize it, my friends. You observe that? By the way, for all of us, this applies today, right? It's Saturday when we record this training, it's Saturday evening. I want to do usually other things, and maybe you had other programs, right? And there are, hundreds of thousands of people in MWR Life right now at this stage, but you prioritize it. By the way, let's give it up for me. Yeah, I'm honored. Yeah, so we created this priority, and it's the same thing with people. So I know people find priority in time when they know what to do it. So how do I extract that from them? I usually do it with money. And I'm asking Claudia, look, I know you have time, but can I ask you something? And they say yes. It's like, what amount of money should you make every month so it will be worth it for you to get involved part-time besides your other activities in this project? This is the major question, like $1 million question. Like, yeah, what amount of money should you make every month from MWR Life so you would make part-time a few hours a week besides your other activities? And most people are motivated financially. They will give you any amount. Some people will not be motivated financially. For example, my main personality is phlegmatic. If you study the book from Florence Litauer, it's called Personality Plus. He talks about the personalities of people, right? And also the person that inspired me the most in the network marketing industry is a guy called Mark Aceta. He's like a brother to me, you know, and like an older father. He's been my number one mentor in this industry. We are still working together. We still have a beautiful friendship. And he has an amazing video on YouTube. It's called Colors. And he just explains the personality of people. I won't go deep into it because we need to spend another 1-2 hours. I want to make it as short as possible. But long story short, with my type of personality, you know, I'm a yellow, and you'll see if you watch the video what a yellow means, right? So yellows or phlegmatics, right? They are the people that they want to change the world, right? They are the people that want to contribute. They are the people that they want to inspire other people, help people, right? So for them, money are not the most important thing, right? So you need to discover what motivates someone. But let's say most of the people, even the ones like me, right? My type of personality, you do need money to create more impact. So if you are masterful, you can use the money question in order to get them motivated. But long story short, if you ask people what amount of money should you be making every month for you to get involved here a few hours a week besides your other activities, most people will give you an answer. Like for me, they give me an answer like 2,000 a month, 500 a month. Some of them will give me like 10 a month, 10,000, 10 grand a month, 20,000 a month, tens of thousands, depends on the people, right? I've had people recently told me like, I'm looking only at the last levels, right? With hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. I'm like, awesome. And here is how you solve the time thing. Like if that person told you an amount, he already opened up. Remember this, right? That means he's opening up. He sees a way. He finds a motivation to do that. And then when they told me about the amount, I'm asking them, and how much time are you willing to invest weekly in this project so we get to that amount? Let's say he said 10 grand amount. How much time are you willing to invest weekly in this project so we get to 10 grand amount? And they say like, look, I can give 2 hours a day or I can give 10 hours a week on whatever. And that's when suddenly from I don't have time, it's like, wait, I have a reason to give time. I have a motivation to give time. And then I just make a plan. Okay, perfect. So if we found this 10 hours a week, let's say he has 10 hours a week, and I'm willing to work with you, to support you, to create this community here, so we can reach those 10 grand a month that you were talking about. Are you willing to do this together with me? Are we doing this together? Remember the closing question? And they say like, yes, perfect. Let's do this, my friend. And we sign up. I want to ask for my spouse opinion. This is another one. And I'm saying, perfect. I understand. Sometimes usually it's important for them. They mention it's important for them. So what do I usually do? I invite their spouse to the meetings. I say, Claudia, let's say she would say like, I need to ask my husband, like, perfect, Claudia. So you know what? Let's have a meeting with your husband. Let's all meet so we get to know each other, especially if we're working together, so we can show him exactly what we do. And then obviously he can take a decision and you guys can take a decision. I really hope it's the right decision and we can do some beautiful things together. So usually I plan a meeting with this objection. Or I want to find some friends and then I will sign up. And again, I'm not trying to, offend people. So usually when someone says, I want to find some friends, and I'm like, look, Adi, I understand you want to find some friends, but can I be honest with you? And they will say, yes. Like usually from my own experience, this doesn't really work. Because just imagine, how would you go to a friend and you would tell them, look, I found this amazing app and platform, but I didn't sign up, but if you sign up, I will sign up. And sometimes I'm joking, like, would you sign up in your own team? And they start laughing, right? So you understand it doesn't really work, right? So the way, again, can I guide you how we can do this professionally so we have success? And they're like, yes. By the way, you see how you lead people with questions? Right? I ask for permission many times. And then like, look, first of all, let's clarify you so you understand everything, so you understand how the app works, and let's get you sign in and obviously have you believe in what we do. And then we'll go to your friends with credibility once you became a member, and obviously the influence we'll have over people will be a lot more efficient. So are you willing to do this? Are we doing this together? Again, the closing question, most people say yes. Okay, let's do it. Let's sign up. The other one, it's a pyramid scheme. Yes, my brother, and I will be the pharaoh. Yeah, so at the end of May, I'm organizing a pilgrimage. It's a Christian pilgrimage with a friend of mine in Egypt, and we're going to the pyramids. By the way, if you guys want to come, you can join us. But long story short, you know what? The pyramids, my friends, and sometimes I'm joking about it. If they say it's a pyramid scheme, yes, my brother, and you and me will be the pharaohs of the pyramid. And I'm joking about it. So when people say it's a pyramid scheme, don't take it personal, right? This is number one thing. What do I do when people say it's a pyramid scheme? I'm trying to understand what they mean by that. And how do I do that? Through questions. It's the same thing. So if people say it's a pyramid scheme, I'm like, Claudia, what do you mean exactly with the pyramid scheme? And some of them say, it's those kind of projects where people bring other people in a pyramid. It's like, yeah, it's one like that. Just like Uber, that's how it developed, or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, there are people that add other people. It's like a network, right? So, people, when they say pyramid scheme, they don't necessarily have a negative connotation to it, right? That's why they think that it's a pyramid. Yeah, it's perfect. It's a pyramid like that. But some people give it a negative connotation, right? Is those kind of things, by the way, you heard those kind of things where, where the people make most money on the front and the top. It's like, look, Claudia, to be honest, I'm very grateful you told me this, but let's reflect on it for a while. Are you willing to do that? Yeah. So just think about, for example, a corporation, right? So the corporations have the founders or the investment fund, they have the CEO, and then the top manager, the top management, and they the people they do, in the departments, most of the work there, right? So what is the structure of a company like this? Sometimes I'm showing them, and it's like a pyramid. Yeah. So let me give you an example how our project works. So this is a compensation plan called the binary. I don't want to go deep into details, right? But let me make you understand how it works. You have two teams here. And let's say I signed you up. And let's say I have about 100 people in my team. Let's say, or let's say 120 people. By the way, this means you are a Jade. So I have 60 people on a team, and I have another 60 people on another team, right? So you are on my team. At the level of Jade, we call it, we make about $3,000 more or less every month. And let's say you are in my team, but you have a team of thousands of people in my organization, right? So in this case, you'll make tens of thousands of dollars every month. But because even if you are in my team, I'm still getting paid for the 60 people. In order for me to make more money than you, I have to have other thousands of people also in my other team. So do you understand that if you are in my team, you can make more money than me? Yes. So does it sound like a pyramid scheme to you? No. So you understand it's a serious, fair concept we're developing right now? Yeah. So are we doing this together, my brother? Yes, let's do it, right? And sometimes they believe like there are scams when they say a pyramid, just like investment things, and by the way, oh my God, as a side note, there are so many of them right now, more than ever, my friends. There were even when I started 15 years ago, but right now it's full of them. This was like literally pyramid schemes, like for real. They just like with crypto, they invent all kinds of things and they just steal, baby. They take people's money, and this is the negative part, unfortunately, on network marketing. And by the way, that's not network marketing, my friends. Those are real pyramid schemes. So again, let's have clarity and compassion. Don't be upset if people think it's something like that, because there are thousands of them. They heard it so many times. So how can we handle this objection? Educating people. So I'm just mentioning, like, look, my brother, let's say we have here Daniel, right? So let's say Daniel told me, like, Razvan, is this one of those things, pyramids, or, where it's scams? And like, Daniel, look, I'm really honest. I'm thankful that you mentioned it. And can we have an honest conversation? Yeah, because this is affecting me also. A lot of companies right there, they're just destroying our image of my industry, which I personally believe is something so beautiful and so special. So how do these schemes work? Usually it's just like investments that are taking people's money, but without giving them a real product or services. So it's just like an investment scheme. And obviously, these people on the top, they call the money. And at the end, because there is no service or product, obviously the whole scheme collapses. So there are thousands of companies like this. So how does our company work? Here, you cannot make money unless someone becomes a member in Travel Advantage and uses the services. Same thing, this is how we get paid. If people enroll and people are paying their memberships where they can have these amazing services that I have described to you. So as you understand, for the money people pay here, there is a real service with the loyalty program, the AI, the contracts we have, and it's something very valuable. That's why we have hundreds of customers that have signed up in the last years. So you understand that here it's a real product, it's a real service, it's something that brings people a lot of good in their lives. You understand? Yes. Perfect. So you understand it's not a pyramid scheme, it's something real and valuable? Yes. So are we doing this together? Yes. And now we come to the worst one. You want to hear the worst one? Yeah. Razvan, I want to think about it. Now, my brothers, don't imagine, that someone, when they say, I want to think about it, they go back to their house, they light a candle, right? They put their yoga mat and clothing, right? A yoga meditation cloth, like a costume, and they light some candles, and suddenly they put themselves in a prayer position, and they were like, now I want to meditate on Travel Advantage. Now I want to think about it. Right now I want to get an inspiration for God. That's again the word with the B, my friends. It doesn't work. So usually behind I want to think about it, it's another objection. It's something else. And usually it's the ones above, everything I showed you. So your purpose is to find out what is the real objection. What I really think about. And how do you do it? How do you think you do it? With a question, my friends. The same thing. So if someone says, let's say, Pepper. I see we have here Pepper. Oh, sorry, Pepek. We have here Pepek, where I see here Marsha Fraser. Yeah, we have here Marsha. And Marsha says, I want to think about it. And like, Marsha, I'm grateful you are telling me, but can I ask you something, please? And she will say yes. Like, what exactly do you want to think about? Yeah. And again, and I'm watching her eyes and I'm smiling. But remember, you remember 3 rules? Rule number 1, look in a person's eyes. Rule number 2, smile. Rule number 3, I don't remember if I said it or not. Rule number 3, shut up. That's rule number 3. When you ask a question, you shut up, my friends. You just listen to the answer. If you just learn this major skill of shutting up and listening, oh my God, you'll make so much money here. Because some of you ask the question and you are just going over and over and over and over. You talk so much, you are pushing people away. So just learn to shut up. So if I ask the question, Marsha, again, what exactly do you want to think about? And I shut up, it's like, Razvan, I want to be transparent to you. I'm not really in a good financial situation right now. Or listen, I'm super busy, right? I'm super busy. I don't know exactly how I can, fit this in what I do. Or I want to ask my spouse, or I need to talk to some people, see what they will think. Or I need to check the company, by the way, right? So that's why you need to treat. What is the real objection? Now, if they say I want to check the company or I want to check the platform, you know what I do with the platform? I immediately enter, just like I entered with you. You guys remember earlier, and I showed you the travel platform. I do the same thing with people. I go immediately on the booking engine, and I just signed up a great lady. She's a leader, a big leader. She has a big community. I signed her up about 2 weeks ago. She said, Razvan, I like the project, but I need to check the product, right? In order to promote it to my community, I need to check. And I said, perfect. I won't mention her name, but let's do it together. You want to do it together? And she's like, okay. And we said, where do you want to go? She wanted to go to Dubai, by the way. That's why I have a few examples there. And she's like, wait, when you want to go to Dubai, I want to go to November, I think, or something like October, November. What period? What hotel? 4 or 5-star hotel. And we entered on the app, and I showed her the comparison, right? So on Dubai, I think there was on booking.com is about 3,000 euro. The price that we found for what she wanted on us was about 2,000 euro. So I showed her how she can save about 1,000 euro on one reservation. And I showed her about 2-3 examples like this. And after that, I asked her, now you trust the app? You understand it's a valuable product? She said, yes, Razvan, I trust it. Perfect. So are we doing this together? You remember the closing question? Like, yes, let's do it. And she signed up the next day. So it's working, my friends. Like what I'm sharing, it's working, but you always need to go into, I want to think about it. And if they want to check the company, you can do it together. Or what do? First of all, I show them the platform so they see the results. And sometimes I send them the links. I told you about the links I am usually sending. Now, sometimes you also have some stupid questions, like you get some people like that also. Like, what if we have a car accident? What if the plane crashes, right? What if I don't have fun? What if I don't find the 3 people? What if whatever, right? So again, we need to be compassionate for human beings. If you have questions like this, usually how I handle them is I ask the reverse question. Remember this. I ask the reverse question. If they say, what if the company closes? Like, what if it doesn't close? What if it works for the next tens of years? Obviously, can you have a guarantee? No, but studying from the history of the company, it's a company that's already 13 years old, $130 million at the moment when we're having this call, for 2025, or more than 500,000 members already joining the last couple of years. So if it worked until now, it has big chances to work also in the years ahead. We have the licenses, we are working legally around the world. So the probability will be that the company won't close. What if I don't have fun? What if we have fun? What if the plane crashes? What if it doesn't crash? What if I don't find 3 people? But what if you find them? What if you find them and you get the vacation for free? And you see that many times, there's like unblocking a broken wheel in people's conceptions and perceptions. But also, my friends, you'll find people that oh my God, they'll ask you some very smart questions, right? I'll give you an example. Well, my friend Radu, like we connected 3 weeks ago. We haven't seen each other for 5-6 years. And he came to an event. He signed up immediately. And then before signing up, he asked me like, Razvan, I will sign up, but can you give me 2 hours a day for the next 4 weeks in which I can obviously recruit my teams. They need to see you. We need to train them a bit. And then obviously I will take over and do all my presentations and do everything. And when you have a person like this, you go, you'd say, can you leave me a moment? You go in a bathroom. You take your hands like this. Can you take your hands like this? Please take your hands like this. And you go to hallelujah. Yeah, hallelujah. Thank you. Because when you find someone with a smart question like how can quick when I hit a rank, can we build a system? How can you help me with the presentation? It's like obviously it's someone serious. It's someone that got it, my friends. And this is the kind of people you want to work with. They are smart, they got it, they are motivated, right? And you can build some amazing, amazing things with them. Now, we're closing the event today. And I just want to mention a bit about the follow-up. We won't go deep into it. Obviously, we can talk about hours and hours about the follow-up. But with people that haven't signed up on the spot, that doesn't mean they will not sign up ever, my friends. And I just give you my example. I think from my country, Romania, I made this biggest research on this company because I met the founder 5 years ago. The founder, Ion Yashurov, right? Maybe more, 5-6 years ago. I don't even remember. I had a big team in Italy with my previous project, and some of my leaders, let's say, moved to MWR Live. And that's when I met the founder, right? Great guy. We had a great connection. But at that stage, I was not really open to join a company. I was still in my previous company. I was like the violinist on Titanic singing until the end. So there was no chance at all. Plus, I will be transparent with you guys. This company was, not at the mature level it is right now. So it was a beautiful vision, but I will be very transparent. I cannot build on vision anymore. I've done it before. I need something solid, right? So I heard about this project. I don't know how many times, tens of times in these years, my friend. Tens of times. I have some of my best friends. There was another friend of mine, very good friends of mine, that tried to bring the concept about 4 years ago. I have some of the best leaders in Romania. They have been part of my team. Some of them I've been their sponsor. 2 of them actually, Luminica, and Corina Pleș. I've been their sponsor, right, in the other companies. And right now they both have thousands of people, right? So it was still not my time. And again, by the way, don't prejudge or judge people if it's not their time. You're stupid. You'll never get it. You will see in 20 years what we did and you weren't there. It's like, my friends. Let's be classy. Let's be elegant. Let's be warm. Like, I'm asking you, would you want me in your team? Right? So Luminica did 3 years follow-up since she started. You know how the follow-up, Luminica, I will give you this example. You know what was her follow-up? Our friendship. She was always asking me, Razvan, look what's happening, look what we're doing. She came to my retreats, right? We've been very close, obviously. I'm known Luminitsa for 12 years. I've been sleeping in her house. I know her kids, Mihai and Steffi, since they were like 10, 12, whatever years old. We kept the connection right now. So we were just friends. Obviously, from time to time, she was updating me. 2 years ago, there was an event in Bucharest. She invited me and I met Ilian. And I've seen each other. Mehdi, he's one of the top leaders in the company. I know him for more than 10 years, since he was 19 years old. I was training his teams in France, but still, it was not my time. That doesn't mean I don't know network marketing. Obviously, I think I could have given a PhD degree even since I discovered it. I want to do a PhD in network marketing, right? But I was so focused on my mission and everything I do, in spirituality, our community. I wasn't open to this project, right? So keep your people close. Now, I just want to give you a few tips. We cannot do a masterclass in follow-up. We can spend hours and hours, but just a few simple tips. So step number 1. If you feel you would lose a contact by putting pressure to sign up immediately, don't put pressure. That's step number 1. Step number 2, send some materials. I told you what I sent, right? The English presentation, I send them the travel, Trustpilot link with Travel Advantage. I send them the pages, Facebook, Instagram, and usually that's kind of it. And if they want to need some more information, I can send them specifically, right? Then I establish a date, right? When do we see each other? Tuesday at 3, perfect. Tuesday at 3. That's 3 very important steps in the follow-up. Then after the follow-up, you need to be a master in a few things. First of all, what we spoke all day long, recreating the connection. Remember, when you do the follow-up, that's why I give you the example with Luminitsa. Your purpose is to reconnect. So have you been exactly? I go again in personal things, my friends. I build friendships. That's how I've built the last 15 years organization of, I told you, tens of thousands of people around the world, building friendships. I know what they need. I know what they want. I know their families. I build deep friendships with people. That's my nature, right? So I invite you to, don't do it as a technique or mechanically. Just generally try to focus on building friendships. So that's the first thing I do when I meet the people again. I rebuild the connection. Then I need to find out again about their motivation. Remember, finding out their needs. Once again, let's go again about what's your life? What do you expect? I sometimes go again on their needs. Then when I do the follow-up, I want to check if they saw the information. I need to see what is the universe on MWR Live and Travel Advantage for them right now. How does this universe look for them? What did they study? What did they see? So I'm asking specific questions. So for example, do you see the presentation? Yeah. Did you check the Trustpilot? Did you check the Facebook, the Instagram? If they said no, usually, and by the way, sometimes I'm redoing a presentation, maybe not the whole of it, but then I'm like, let's say I saw Claudia last week, but she had some questions. Sometimes I'm asking specific questions. Sometimes I'm just showing her again some things. I go through the presentation, maybe not the full presentation, but I'm clarifying a bit of things about the service we have with Travel Advantage. Sometimes I'm going a bit deeper in the comp plan and showing them a few things. This is a tip I give you guys for the comp plan. Don't try over explaining the 8 bonuses, right? And you think if you explain the 8 bonuses, people will, oh my God, if they see the whole 8 bonuses and they understand the whole 8 bonuses, they will become like Ilian. No, my friends. Some of them, the analytical ones, yes. But for most of them, you know what they need? You need to connect them on 2 simple things. How much money they want to make monthly. That's my philosophy. And how many people they need in their community to make this money. That's how I've built for the last 10 years my organization. 2 simple things. The more you try to over-explain the 8 bonuses and the boost bonus and the whatever, all the bonuses and the passive income and all the ranks, and you think, oh my God, I made the perfect compensation plan training. Now they'll become like Ilian. And you spend 2 hours there and they go back home and they call you the second day and they say like, you know what, this is too complicated for me. After you spend 2 hours and showing them on a notebook and all the designs and you show them their position in the banner and it's like, you know what, this is too complicated. I don't want to do this. Right? So, for example, if they ask me specifically about the comp plan, and usually it's the networkers that ask about the comp plan, I use the PDF, download it from the back office. That's how I explain the compensation plan. Why? Because it's the most, for me, it's the most duplicable way to explain it. By the way, it takes me 10 minutes to explain the comp plan. Very easy. 10, let me say 15 minutes, right? And I go very fast through all the 8 bonuses and I make them read. By the way, this is so easy, my friends. You download the PDF, and even if you don't know the comp plan, I promise you, if you read the PDF, you'll understand the comp plan. It's so easy, super easy. They're very simple 8 bonuses, and by the way, it's very generous and lucrative compensation plan. I've seen hundreds of companies. I don't like to say where's the best, where the best, where like this, where like, I don't like these words, right? But it's one of the most lucrative and generous compensation plans by far in the whole network marketing industry. For me personally, if you ask me, yes, it's the best. Yes, but I don't use usually techniques like that to bring people where like this, where the best, where like whatever. You can do it, but it's not my style. So long story short, whatever I do it to duplicate things fast. And again, I know this was not a general fast start, but we want to use this. If someone goes for a few hours, like 3-4 hours, through all these things, my friends, you'll have the foundation to go until 10,000 easily, just with the information that you have here. I've been doing this for so many years with so many people. So if the people ask you in the follow-up specific question, let's say the comp plan or whatever else, you answer those questions, and then you make sure you get back to his motivation. Remember, this is all about motivation. Someone needs to be motivated to do this. So after I clarified, I'm like, again, Claudia, can we have an honest conversation? And Claudia says this, like, I want to ask you transparently, what would really motivate you to do this business part-time? I know you're busy, you have your businesses, your activities, obviously, you are a mother, you have the children, the marriage. Like, what would really motivate you to give a few hours a week to do this with me? By the way, you don't ask this at the beginning. You ask it after you clarify the question. Timing is very important. If you ask it at the beginning, it's not the right time. You need to do the right things at the right time. If you do the right things at the wrong time, it doesn't work. Right? So you need to do the right things at the right time. So remember the steps of follow-up. Connecting with people. Then seeing again their needs, identifying their needs, right? Then clarifying if they have some questions or if they didn't answer specific questions and they didn't see the materials. Do again a mini presentations right now. Bring again the Travel Advantage and MWR universe in their head, right, in their perception. And then the last step is asking this last question, like, Claudia, can we have a transparent? What would motivate you to do this business? And once you extract that motivation, because that motivation actually answers her needs or his needs, my friends, that's when not all people, but some people will say, like, you know what, Razvan, let's do this together. Let's give it a shot. I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to be coachable, teachable. Let's do it, right? So this is the follow-up. Now, if the people didn't sign up even after the second meeting or the third meeting, like, there is an art of doing the follow-up, right? For some people, it takes months. Some people, it takes years. And I would guess the number one thing you can do is build relationships. Don't make it just about MWR life. Because if you become like the hype girl from television, is like, I have the best product. This is what we do with MWR. Best trips, best vacation, best this, best like, oh my God, this is the travel guy. And they just block you. Right? So don't be elegant, my friends. Don't put pressure. Don't be aggressive. Don't be the travel guy, right? And just be elegant, right? So from time to time, how do I do the follow-up? Yes, first of all, I always connect emotionally, personally, I sometimes give the message. For example, Claudia, I know it's a birthday. How are you? Have you been, happy birthday, best wishes to you, to your family, right? And this is how you do it. You continue to build the relationship with that person. And now if you have thousands of people on follow-up, obviously, sometimes you cannot do a follow-up with all these people. Although with my friend Nikolai, his cousin, he showed me when we met 3 weeks ago, his cousin has the birthdays in the calendar of all his friends. He has hundreds of contacts and he just connects with those people. You can imagine how close are those people to him, right? So this is a mastery in follow-up, just keep close connections to people, right? Or sometimes what you can do is just every couple of months, update them on a new thing happening in MWR. But remember, don't jump immediately with the business. First of all, create, recreate, and recreate and recreate the connection. I know I've been telling you this, I don't know how many times this day. That's the master skill. Creating and recreating the connection. And then and then you tell them about the business. By the way, let me give you an example with my friend Nikolai. It's a mirror of what I told you. So when he signed up, we've been friends for many times, but then in our discussion when he did sign up, we spoke for about half an hour, nothing to do with MWR Life, nothing to do, literally. We spoke about Ludmila and the kids, we spoke about his plans, we spoke about the mission, we spoke about, by the way, we're planning an event, a retreat in Ireland. We had a beautiful event there. We invite you to the next ones right now. And only about half an hour, I think, after I told him, like, look, Nikolai, you remember, because I told him before, but I wasn't well in when I told him the first time, right? I was just like, there, but not there. And I told him, look, my brother, I will start building this project, right? I checked the project. I saw the value. I saw the app is really something really amazing. I really want to start it. And then when he said it, although he said no initially, he was like, Razvan, please send me the link. If you are doing it, I want to do it also. He didn't even see the presentation, right? So I'm giving you an example of a follow-up. I was just, and by the way, I had no idea Nikolai will sign up at that stage because initially he said no. I wasn't even trying to insist on it. He's still my brother and my friend beyond businesses. And by the way, I don't want to be superficial on what I just said. Remember what I told you? I told you I wasn't sure if he will sign up or not, but he's still my good friend. My brother would have still be friends even if he wouldn't sign up, right? We'll have the same friendship. And this is massive, my friends. Why? Because people will feel it. So mastery in follow-up is mastery on building and rebuilding and rebuilding connections. I'll repeat it. Mastery in follow-up is mastery in building and rebuilding connections with people, building friendships. That's when people join you. Remember, people join you, not the company. And then that's your art on how you'll follow up with these people. First of all, building the connections and then keep them updated from time to time. Like, look, we have just launched the AI. It's an amazing technology. Like, look, if you are open, I would really love to make you see again. There are some amazing things happening with Travel Advantage. I think it will benefit you more now than when we spoke 1 year ago, 2 years ago. So would you be open to have a, so we meet in a Zoom or maybe we drink a tea and I show you a bit of the things. Maybe you, and by the way, I'll always leave it in a friendship way. Maybe you show me some of the things you are doing right now. Tell me more about you, right? So I always keep the conversation open, right? I show you this, but also we can speak about your life and the things you are doing, and you are doing some great things. And I always do the follow-up in a friendly way, right? And this is one way you can follow up, my friends, keeping people updated every once in a while, right? And last thing, and we'll end with this, my friends, is how do you want to build this business? You want to build it with pain or you want to build it fast? I learned a long time ago that fast is fun and slow sucks. I know it kind of sounds superficial thinking from a leadership perspective, but reality is that everything in an organization is about energy. Yeah, everything in life is about energy. So when you want to build a fast organization, when you want to build speed, what truly builds speed is events, my friends. And this is a model of business built from event to event. When I finally learned this thing, in the first 2 years, I didn't really get it in my first 2 years of network marketing. But when I started my previous company, I already was aware of it, right? So in my first event, just to make you understand, in my first event, in the company I started, in the travel company, I think I went there with about 15 to 20 people. After 2-3 months of building. It was very important. I was aware that if I go there with 10-15 people, oh my God, the business will take off. And the reality is that it took off. So after a few months, I had hundreds of people, maybe close to 1,000 people in my organization. Just from those first 15-20 people. I'm really mentioning my real success story in my previous company. In the next event, I think I went there with about 50-60 people. And after that, I had probably 2,000-3,000 people. Long story short, I kind of doubled every event, right? After 2 years, just to imagine, maybe 2-3 years, imagine that when I went to my first event, we were like 10, 15, I remember 15, 20 people from my team. After 3 years, I was in a room with thousands of people. More than half of the people of my room were in my organization. More than half of the organization in Europe were in my team, my friends. We had huge teams all around Europe, right? So how did this happen? I was building from event to event, from event to event. Why? Because when people go to events, regional events or big events, what do they get? First of all, they get connected emotionally with the community, and that's crucially important. It's something to see each other in Zooms, and by the way, Zoom is amazing, right? They're connecting us. It's easy to build on Zoom, but we need emotional connection. That's how we are, built as humanity. We have been living in tribes and cities and villages, and right now, right, countries all around the world. Right? So people need human connection. So when people come to an event, it's a beautiful vacation. They use the product, they have fun, they meet the community, right? They're like, wow. For most people, they get emotionally connected to what we do. That's where they get the most emotionally connected to what they do. And then you have access to the events. If there are local events, obviously they get connected to the leaders building there, and some of times you have leaders from other markets, or obviously they get the vision, they get the skills. And especially for the big events like we have right now, Elevation, and we have at least 2 events every year, my friends. When you come to an event with thousands of people, right, and you meet the founder, Yoni Ashurov, you meet the vice presidents, right, you see the leaders from all around the world with their vision, their stories, their strategies. You learn exactly step by step, right, exactly what you need to know in order to build a huge organization. That's when people, first of all, get emotionally connected. That's when they get the big decisions. Usually big decisions are made at the big events, remember this. And long story short, that's when they also get the know-how, the knowledge, the skills on how to do it. So I'm just telling you what's my focus since I started. Officially, I started 7-8 months ago. I don't remember exactly when I joined, and by the way, I just want to mention, you guys, I didn't get any position. You're right. I didn't get any, I don't know, I wasn't above anyone. I got as the last person signed by my friend Luminica. And I wanted, by the way, I wanted like that. I didn't want to be above anyone, although I'm a top network marketer. Obviously, I've been doing this for so many years. I received so many positions and money, and I just wanted to be like each and every one of you, my friends. I started from scratch, just like all of you, right? So I'm telling you this because even since I started, I wanted to build something healthy, something with beautiful values, something with, that can inspire people long term. So my focus in reality started a few weeks ago, like literally after our acceleration event. I was doing the business even until then, but I give in a few hours once in a while. I had the fortunate to build some great relationships with people just like Nikolai and some other people, right? And we have Alexandra and Vlad, and we have Radu now, and there are so many. If I don't mention you, again, I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart from all the leadership we have, right? There's so many amazing, valuable people, valuable networkers, valuable leaders. And obviously, all this growth happened because of all these amazing people. But my strategy and our strategy, my friend, is not how many people we can sign up in the next 2-3 weeks or months. My focus for every presentation is how many people we can bring to the next event. And by the way, this is the next level philosophy. For some of you, it might sound crazy, but Razvan, I'm just trying to get my 3 people to be a silver. It's okay, I understand that. But what if you bring these 3 people to Antalya, for example, where we are in April? So right now, my full focus, okay, I want to enroll people, obviously, and to expand the organization. But for me, the most important thing right now, what I'm focusing is how many of these people we can bring to Antalya, to Elevation in April. This is what our next event is. And whenever you'll be watching this video, it's obviously the next event happening from that moment on. We have at least 2 of them. So this is how you build the business. This is the focus you should have. How many people I can bring. And the more people you bring, that's why I told you the story of my organization, right? From 15, 20 people, then 50, 60 people. Then we reach, I told you, tens of thousands of people, about around 100,000 people in my organization. In a few years, we had the biggest team in Europe. So it happened from event to event. Now, with this being said, and we'll slowly end with this, what are your plans for the next event? This is my question to you. Right? In Europe, we have the event in Antalya. If you are in other places, obviously, this is the international convention where we all use. For some of you, you have some regional events. I know, for example, Nikolai and my friends, they have a great event in a few weeks with Luminica. So, oh my God, Luminica is exceptional, my friends. I've been knowing this lady for 12 years. She's a top networker, one of the best networkers in the world, right? Number 1 in Oriflame in Europe, in Europe, number 7 worldwide. If you have your microphone, please stop it. Okay, I will stop it if you don't stop it. Sometimes you need to stop people if they don't stop. This is a spiritual lesson. Put the boundaries. Okay, we finish with the bonus training. So coming back to what I said, my friends, Luminitsa is exceptional, truly. She's an exceptional woman, an exceptional human being, right? She's an exceptional networker. She's my dear friend. And if she's coming to your country, my friend, right? She's a triple diamond, right? She's one of the top leaders right now all around the world. She's so well respected. Like, it's not if I would go there, it's like how many tens of people I would take there. That would be my focus if I were you right now. It's like, Razvan, you know, I talked with 2-3 people. Oh my God, my brother. Like, let's have an honest conversation. Get out of your mind. Get out from this lethargy you are living for the last couple of days and weeks, right? Resurrect yourself. Go take a cold shower if you need to take it, right? Wash your face, wash your hands. And again, I'm talking to you as your brother, your sister, with this lethargic energy, my friend. You won't do anything successful, right? So wake up. Wake up again. It's your life, my friend. Your goals, your dreams. It's fun. You know, I did something 10 years ago and I was... So what, my friend? So what? Yesterday doesn't matter. 1 year ago doesn't matter. 20 days ago doesn't matter, my friend. This is about you. You, your future, your family, your life. No one comes and pays for your bills. No one will come and take your family to Bora Bora. No one will come to pay for the education of your kids. No one will come to, build like I want to build all these, projects, humanitarian projects. No one, I need to do it, my friends. So you need to do yourself also. So if you have an event like this, first of all, if you only think about not going, my friend, I will be honest with you, transparent, right? You're not serious about it. You're not responsible. You are playing with the business, but you're not serious about it. I will give you an example. So 3 weeks ago, we had one of the first important events in Romania. It's called Acceleration. The first event with 300 people, I think. And the vice president of the company, Ilian, came there and Mehdi, my friend, plus we had Luminitsa, our great leader and trainer. And in that specific weekend, I needed to be in Cancun for a Joe Dispenza event. I love Joe Dispenza. I resonate with him. Obviously, it's very well connected to what I do in the spiritual realm. And it was a priority for me. But then when I heard that in the same day, the same weekend, Acceleration was in Bucharest, I need to have an honest conversation with myself. And guess what? I listened to the signs. Yeah, so I really pray and listen to the signs. And the signs were very well. Like, Razvan, you need to be in Bucharest. And that's it. And I prioritized the event. I prioritized Acceleration, right? It became a priority. And by the way, I'm so grateful to God I did this because honestly, after Acceleration, that's when I personally started. I have 3 weeks officially since I started. And I give 2-3 hours a week, and I already built some things. We already have some ranks. Tens of people join our organization in a very short time, and not just people, leaders. I already have from new teams. I think we have about 10 people in 2 weeks. New people. They signed up and they also booked Antalya, my friends. That's how I personally build. So I'm not giving this example to push you, to convince you, to brag, to impress you. I'm just making you responsible as your brother. If you want to build this seriously, prioritize it. Prioritize your schedule, first of all, and then prioritize, first of all, the event in your local market. You be there, and you give the next 2-3 weeks calling people, with your energy, making presentations, inviting people. I guess I cannot guarantee, but I think I can almost promise you that if you put 20, 30, 40 people in that room, only yourself, something will happen, my friend. I cannot promise you what, but I can promise you something will happen. Okay? And then, obviously, prioritize the big events, my friends. I don't know where you need to go. I remember my first event with the previous company. I had the wedding of one of my best friends from high school. It was a good friend, and I wanted to be to his wedding. But then my first event in that company happened. And they were in the same date. And I had to call him, like, my friend, Luke, I cannot come to your wedding. I know we are friends. I love you. I would love to be there. But literally, I have a very important event. I need to be there. And he was like, okay, Razvan. And anyway, I sent him some money. I sent him a gift. But long story short, my friends, if I wouldn't go to my event, my first event, we wouldn't be here today, right? It's not just about the millions I made or whatever, the trips and all the ways my life got impacted. But I had to prioritize that event. Now, with this being said, prioritize events. prioritize events, learn to become a master promoter in events. Don't just sign up people, inspire them, love them, invite them. Make sure you are bringing these people to our events, local events, national events, international events. And that's how you will be able to change people's lives all around the world. Now, with this being said, my friend, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know it took a bit longer, just 1 hour longer than what we have planned. We spent 4 hours together. Obviously, I know it was consuming for you guys, consuming for myself also, speaking for 4 hours. But I'm here with all my heart and soul because I know this will put a foundation for you. And this is not a training where you listen once and like, I know how to do it. Just what I want to invite you is that after this training, we'll have the recap also. You'll have the recording. I'm sure you made some notes. Just go again through the notes, go again through the recap and put the foundation. Integrate everything we discussed. From the beginning, okay, I'm clearing my motivation, right? I know you can build some vision boards, okay, visualize it, do whatever you want to do and it's inspiring for you, yeah? Then go on the app, search from the app, just like we spoke, right? Convince yourself, build yourself the credibility you need. Then make the schedule. This week, make the schedule, my friends. Today is Saturday when we are recording it. Tomorrow it's Sunday. If you are listening in another time frame, anyhow, make the schedule. By the way, the best way to make the schedule is, in the weekend, for the week ahead. And after you went the schedule, make the list, call the people, establish with the people are you working with, the presentations. If you don't have the system, build the presentation. As I told you, we'll have very, very soon the training presentation for how to be a master presenter, right? And just learn everything we spoke about. Just try to practice them. You won't be a master of them necessarily from day one, but the more you practice them in the next weeks and months ahead, obviously you'll be extremely, extremely good and professional in building this, my friends. And with this being said, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here today. Some of you guys went, I know there are people from all around the world. I will end with the fact that what we can do here, my friends, it's so beautiful. It's so exceptional. We can change so many lives together. And I want to end with a story. And it's a very emotional story. I was born in the next communist country, in Romania. So my mom never traveled outside my country, my friend. Never. She never had a vacation in 50 years. And then my dad died when I was 15 years old, and all my grandparents. So my mom for me, she's a hero mom. She had such an intense life. And about 11 years ago, more exactly, she didn't understand really what I was doing. She saw I'm kind of successful, but she really didn't understand what I was doing. So I made her a surprise, and I took her to an event like this in Barcelona. And there were hundreds of people in my team there, friends. I took her to, we visited Sagrada Familia and all the Gaudi Park and all these beautiful things. I took her to, for the first time, we went to a fun park, a water park. Is there, I forgot the name, Portaventura, next to Barcelona. She had so much fun, my friends. And again, my mom is right now she's close to her 70s, right? She's 68 right now. Back then, she was close to her 60s. And for her, she was like a kid in Wonderland. It was so special. I was crying so many times. And then after we had this beautiful trip, I took her for the first time to a convention. And she saw me for the first time on stage, recognized at one of the last levels and trainers in front of thousands of people. And all the people were clapping and she almost passed out. It was so inspirational for her, my friends. And, she's my mom. She's the being that brought me here on earth. We wouldn't be here all if it wouldn't be for my mom tonight. And then I took her to Florence. I took my mom. She retired earlier right now. And even right now, I love my mom. I can support her, although she has a great pension. By the way, she's here with us. She's here with us in MWI. I took her to Greece. I took her to Peru. I took her to so many beautiful places all around the world. And I'm so happy and joyful, my friends, that I had the chance to offer my mom, the being that brought me here on earth, the lifestyle she deserves. Now, this is what I want to inspire you. This project is not just about you, my friend. This project is about your family. It's about your friends. It's about the legacy you want to build. I don't know when your life will end, but we have a short, limited time here on earth. So I saw so many people dying and they think, oh my God, if I would have only 1 week more, only 1 year more. But fortunately, my friend, you do have this week, you have this year. So what if you would give the next years of your life in doing something special? And if MWR life is not that special thing that will fulfill your heart, that's perfect, my friend. It's awesome. Go find it. But please go find it. What would be amazing for you? What would fulfill your heart and soul? But if you feel this is truly something special, something magical, something that can deeply I got emotional, something that can deeply impact your lives, but maybe the lives of your family, your friends, your community, your country, right? All the whole world. What if we would unite together? People from all around Europe, people from all around Africa, people from all around North America, South America, Asia, all around the world, my friends. If politicians couldn't make it, if religions couldn't make it, if all organizations all around the world couldn't make it in uniting humanity, what if we make it, my friends? What if we make it with this club? What if we build a community of light, an organization of light where people love to learn to love each other, to work together, to support each other, to have similar values, similar goals, similar dreams? What if with this project we can create something that never has been created in the world until now? What even it has been created, just making something special, something magical, something that can be left for a legacy for generations and generations ahead. So people, when they look at this community, they say like, wow, that's something special. That's something I want to duplicate. That's something I want to live in my family, in my friendships, in my community, in my country, in my projects, in my business. What if we truly build an army of light and love with this community all around the world? So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for being here today, tonight. Thank you also to the ones of you that will be watching this recording in the months and years ahead. And let's build this army of love and this army of light together all around the world, my friends. Have a beautiful evening, have a beautiful day, and I hope I'll meet you soon in person at one of the next events. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.